Well, good day everyone, and welcome to a Sunday afternoon shed time. I was going to call it Sunday session, but anyway, it is what it is. I've updated this software, and it's supposed to give me a feature to do with AI and creating all sorts of things. And when you do that, a lot of the stuff I already had set up is automatically reassigned or missing. That's why there was no audio on the intro, and also I think I might have stuffed up, but anyway. Jamar, I'm actually referring to, there was a movie that was made about 35 years ago. It's called War Games, and you can actually watch it for free on YouTube here, starring Matthew Broderick. It's a great movie. It really is. I'd highly suggest you go and watch it. It's really sort of at the starting point for people to access the internet and things like that. So I'm not going to spoil it. Just go and, all I recommend is go and check it out, that's for sure. So I'm going to actually be doing some work on the lathe today, but I got to just do a bit of rearrange, because the stuff I did the other night, I stole the webcam off the lathe and put it over here on the milling machine. So I'll change camera positions. and we'll change over. So there's me on the old camera. As you can see, it's really grainy, and I've talked about this before. Even though it's a really bright sunny day, I've got all the lights on in the shed, that's showing a really grainy output video. Now, that camera, I think, is about even 10, 15, if not 15 years old. So it's doing all right, and you got to go with the technology you have at the time. So I'm going to wander around here rerunning a cable or two so I can set this other cam up, and just watch me in the meantime, and I'll talk about it as I go along. Right, so this is the webcam. It's actually, let's go over here. This is one of the Insta360 webcams. It's on a gimbal, 2-axis gimbal, great little machine. It's on a little stand and all. So I'll go over here to the lathe and put him on. Thank you guys for tuning in on this impromptu Sunday. I'm glad to have you here, and I hope that you're just having a nice cruisy Sunday at home, whatever you're doing, enjoying yourself. Now, we are going to be working on the lathe, so let's get that all turned on. What are we making on the lathe? Well, we're going to be fixing up these. These are wheels off a caster, off my wife's sewing cabinet. And as you can see, it's deteriorated, the black part's deteriorated. So we brought some plastic from Plastics Online. It's a shop down in the Gold Coast, down sort of Gold Coast way. This stuff, I'll open it up when I get this other camera. Sorry about the loud noise. When I get this other camera set up, I'll show you what we're talking about. And this is just a USB cable. And I need to... My friend Peter sent me another one, which was a really long one, so I could plug in and use. And it didn't want to play the game. It didn't want to... didn't have enough power to transfer the signal, because that's what you need for these things. You need... Once you start running a signal over a certain distance, you lose integrity and it starts to degrade and all that wonderful, joyful stuff that these things do. So I'm just going to plug this in over here. And I'll run that cable behind the beam here. Yeah, I'll go behind the beam, which is just slightly off camera at the moment. And of course it is getting towards lunchtime too, so we're gonna, some stage, gonna be having some lunch of some sort. Right. Right, and that thing, once you plug it in, it initialises. Righto, let's... Now we've got that. So I'm going to have to... Righto, I tell you what. I'll unlock that. There we go. And I can easily resize this. So there's I'm going to leave both on. I'll just like so. I won't. Righto. There we go, like so. I'll set that up, and I probably need to set that up like that, because the other one's going to be a bit of a pain, and you can see me in both. And in fact, what I might do, let's add another layer here, because you can do this with all this sort of thing. Layers, no layers, I want a scene. On Steadicam, Right, so we're going to put another scene in, and I'm going to call that multi-view. Just, it's gone black. I'm still here, so I'm just calling it multi-view. So I'm going to add in the layers now. So I'm going to just add in video devices, like so, like that one, and another video device, Streamer X. So I'm going to put that one over there, like so, and I'll put another one in. What else can I? What other device can I put in? It's the link. Oh yeah, of course. You silly boy. That's the lathe. And I could, in fact, which I will, I'll add in another one. Now the other one is the other Insta360 camera I got, but it's not a 2-axis gimbal, it's just a fixed one. And the reason why I can add that in is because the computer over here has gone kaput, doesn't want to play the game. Right, so I am going to put this one, I might put this one up on the computer beside the other one, or I can, but I'm going to have it looking over to the lathe. That's a good idea, actually. So which means I've got to unplug. Oh yeah, we've got a spare one there. Unplugging cables. Now, sorry if you guys are chatting away and I'm asking questions, and I just can't see it at the moment while I'm setting this up. And in fact, I've got the iPad. Hey, Peter. And Bill. G'day, Bill. Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday somewhere. Oh, it's Tuesday at Bill's place. James P in the shop. G'day, James. G'day, g'day. Thanks, everyone, for being in here. I'm just having a bit of a rearrange and reset up and all that sort of good stuff. Just plugging in another camera now. So that'll turn on. And what you're seeing, right, so we're going to add another camera in here to the multi-view. Video device, and that's the, nope. Oh yeah, there it is. Righto, now. Now that's not quite working out the way I want it. Why is that? I wonder if I can... So that's working fine, but as soon as I take my hand away, yeah, it's auto-adjusting and picking up the flickering of the... Probably because there's too much light coming from this door here. Right, let's drop this down a bit, see if we can reduce that flickering. Yep, that got it. It's the brightness of the outside light. And that's looking pretty good. Now I've got the iPad. Actually, looking on the iPad, that's looking pretty good. So I've got the iPad running off the Wi-Fi. This is just a multi-view. I'm not going to keep this here permanently. Let's get that up out of the way, like so. That's a microphone. The whole idea of this, let that wants to autofocus on me. Yeah, all right. All right, so now, so we've got, let's point out here, we've got the lathe, we've got the multi-view from here, so that if I'm working here, I can face the camera and say blah, 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 blah. So what I might do now is scene, I'll go twin view, don't worry, I'm here. Hang on, achoo. Right, I just had to mute. Okay, twin view. Right, so I'm going to add another. No, I don't want that one. Video device 2C, there we go. 2C or not 2C. And video device link 2, there we go, that's what I want. So I'm going to have two views. Go like this. But I want them full screen. And I want to go the other way. Actually, that's good. It's looking good. It's just a matter of resizing. And in fact, so I want the other one on top of the other one. Turn that off, turn that on, turn that off. Right. Let's get rid of that one. Right, I want this one to be bigger. Effectively, it's zooming in. It's probably not exactly what I want. Yeah, not exactly what I wanted, but anyway, that'll do. Because you want to be able to see, me working the lathe. All right, let's go with that. But then we can go to this one, and I'll just turn that off. There we go. And you'll see what's on the big screen. Now, I don't know, Bill. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for. You can come and go as you like. You're right, Peter. I'm trying to fit a rectangle into a square hole. Not always, but just sometimes. All right, that'll do. Now, I don't know why I can't get this chat to work. What if I do that? No. Anyway, I'll just leave it there and we'll work with that. Now, I am going to spin that camera around. Hang on. It's going to get a bit crazy here, guys. Why won't that? Okay. Hello. Ooh. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to make you... Oh, ham and cheese toasty. Yeah, that's cool. I had a late morning tea, so I'm gonna wait a bit for lunch. Right. Where? There it is. There's a bearing. There's a bearing out of one of these right here. And I am going to... I originally punched that out with a hammer, or I just cut it out, but I'm going to get a socket, because a socket is the perfect thing to push these bearings out of. And I think from memory, there we go. Let's go and try pushing that out. If not, I'll just get the hacksaw and I'll cut it off. And I probably need a... There we go. Bit of excitement for the day. Yeah, that's not going to work because I don't... I'll just cut it out. Yeah, I'll hacksaw. It's only nylon or whatever it is. Pretty easy stuff to cut through. And you can hear that we're just touching the thingy bob, the bearing. And then I can just open that up and that bearing can come out. Whee! And roll away like they do. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Here we go. While I'm down here, I'll grab that. Got me a bit of rag, it's got a bit of oil on it. So there we have it. We are streaming in vertical mode too. So if anybody's picking up this stream on their phone or something like that, they will see it in vertical mode. Oh, Deviant, that's no good, mate. That's no good at all. And while this is... have you got, Deviant, have you got any oil of clothes? That's stuff you can put on your tooth to help relieve the pain. You can get it from the pharmacy. Right, so I've got the... Righto, Bill, thanks for being here, mate. Appreciate it. Righto, so I am back again. I've got the phone now to... so I can look at the chat. Yeah, I know, Peter, but it's another way of being discovered. So the option's there, you turn it on. Right, so that's the first one. What's everyone else having for lunch? So I've got, what have I got, 10 of these all up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. 10 of these all up. So we'll just do the same. I'll just run the hacksaw through these and pry it open with the old screwdriver. The old universal tool for doing all sorts of things. Let's give that a little tap. Come on. Come on, out you come. Oh, damn it. Right, let's go in from this way. That's probably better. Why don't you want to come out? The other one came out just fine. I know, one way or another you're coming out. This one doesn't want to play the game. You do now. Got your mate to help out. There we go. There's another one. But do you really want the touchy... What? Peter? What are you on about? Talk plain English, mate. I'm easily bamboozled. That's it. That's it. Righto. When all else fails, get a bigger hammer. So no steamroller work today at this moment. Well, I will be doing something with the steamroller. There's the piece I took off the other day. It's sort of sitting in the way, so I might pick it up and put it in beside the milling machine, and that'll get it out the way. Right. Aha, look at this one. See, this one's just coming straight out, almost. Made a liar out of me. There we go. Oh, look at that. There you go, you have a win. We have a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yeah, this outside stuff. So the actual stuff that we are using is, they call it Alcatel, Alcatide. Got some name, I'll tell you exactly what it is. And it's well packaged in bubble wrap. Well, this was a 1 metre piece. Originally we wanted white, and they didn't have white in stock, so of course we had to go for black. This stuff comes in various colours. It's probably all made in China, like a lot of stuff. There it is there. Acetal, whatever it is. I don't know the bloody stuff. It's 60, what is it, 60 mil diameter? Yeah, it's about 61 mil diameter. And that's what these are, about 60 mil diameter, slightly bigger. And so the biggest bit will be just cutting it. So I'll probably put it in the vise, I'll cut a piece off, and then I'm going to bore a hole, get that to make a nice pushing fit, and I'll make them exactly that way. Yeah, mate, yeah. No worries. Deviant, surely to goodness there'd be a skate shop near you that you could just buy them, or a bearing shop. I mean, bearings are bearings. They're made by the millions. Now, if anyone's watching, Nightbot has put a thing in there. I will not be silenced with a angry emoji, and I'd say our friend Peter's done that with the, that's it. That's it, James. But on their website, they call it acetal or something like that. If you look up plasticsonline.com.au, you will find, you can go to their stuff. But James, you're not here in Australia, are you? Jesus Christ. Right. You're going in the timeout corner. You're staying there. Hey, well, Peter, I don't mind if you... hey, Jamar, you're still here too. Good on you, mate. Thank you. Peter, if you want to keep putting those commands in, I don't mind. Does it... can you put a command in for highlighting people in the chat? I'm sure you can. You can't keep it up. You're right, Deviant. Might have to go see a doctor about that. Right, so we're going to another one. I probably should be using a different saw. I think I'll go get a different saw. And when I mean a different saw, I am referring to this one here. That one there, mainly made for timber, but Cobalt brand. The teeth are not as... Oh, excuse me, I've got the hiccups. The teeth are not as fine on the as the hacksaw. Why can't I hang that up properly? There we go. Yeah, well, came across him the other day on his live stream, and he said he'd subbed, and somebody subbed. I've got another subscriber, so 904 or something like that we're up to now. Like I said, I haven't been actively... Oh no. Oh no, the head of me hammer came undone. The bot commands for his channel are, yep. Ah, yes. How funny that is. Right, there's another one out. Get these bearings out and then I might go and put something on for lunch. Got dim sims in the freezer. We got, I should have got some spring rolls while I was out doing a bit of shopping this morning. You could also, here we go, we'll try the saw. Ooh, of course that bites in, being a real soft material. And that's cutting much better. There we are. And I could probably, because of the type of material it is, I could even go for a more coarser cutting blade, but hey, Oh, flickety flick. Flickety flick back into the... Plastic's pretty amazing sort of stuff. In some places it's actually better than steel, and yet steel, I'd be interested to see if a plastic will last 100 years like my steamroller did outside. Oh, Pete, you wrong parameters, mate. Invalid parameters. You're going outside. There we go. Open that right up. Give that a little tap, and out he comes. Take the screwdriver out. There we go, done. And we keep going on the next one. Now, it is a beautiful Sunday here. Yeah, of course, yesterday was Anzac Day for us here in Australia. I wonder what the rest of our friends are up to. Master G would be might be out for a walk. Stylesy, haven't seen him. He might be working. Or he might be playing his favourite Xbox game or something like that. Yeah, we just need a little tappy tappy. Oh, I'm losing this one. There we go. So what's on the me and you? Cherinator, how are you, mate? Hope you're feeling better. Thank you for being here, Cherinator. Appreciate you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Oh yeah, because I've already thrown one away. Who's the star player today? Don't know, Nightbot. All depends on, you know, whether you're talking foosball or what's the other one? Football or hockey or whatever your baseball, whatever your game is. Oh, sorry to hear that, Cherinator, but I hope you're a little bit better than what you were. Hopefully that Lucozade helped you out, mate. Yeah, that's going for a want. That was going for a wander and I knocked it off. Yeah, come on, happy chap. There we go. Whee! Things are flying around everywhere. One to go. Cody, g'day mate, how are you? Thank you for being here, coming in on this Sunday, and you must be watching a football game or something like that, eh, Cody? Or anyone else, whatever you're watching. Right, one to go. almost. There we go. Done. Yeah, that stuff. This morning my wife sends me a link to a Facebook Marketplace post of a guy selling a bandsaw fairly close by. And he had $190 on it, oops, just recently. And then he dropped it down to $100. And I went to have a look at it again because I thought, oh yeah, it'd be handy for doing stuff in here, cutting timber. And it was already pending, unfortunately. So sometimes these, those of you who use Marketplace on Facebook, you've got to be quick, especially when they drop the price. You might have to educate them, Peter, on what to do, but thank you for doing that. Right, so these are no good, so they're going to go in the bin. Let's just put them in the bin straight away. There's probably someone out there who go, oh yeah, mate, I need that, I could use that. And frankly, I used to be that person. But sometimes you need to just walk away from things. Right, let's do the old pick up here and dust him down a bit. Try and get away as much rubbish as possible. Now, that goes there. Yeah, that's a work in progress, that one. Inaki. Stylesy just sent a message on in Facebook Messenger. Right, and righto, so this here is coming loose. So let's sort that out right now. Let's put that in the vise. I think I may have Loctited this in once before. And she's come loose. Right, what I will do is I'll clean that up on the buff, on the wire buff. And I'll go get some Loctite to put on there, and I'll be back. Oh, there's a cable in the way. Let's go this way. Bit of rubbish. Close up a cupboard and let's find some Loctite. There we go, that's probably overkill. There we go. And we'll just get the old Spaniard here. Oh, that's too big. Oh man, you're knocking it out of the park, Peter, with those things. Thank you very much. Right, so that's Loctite on. Stylesy, how are you, mate? Thanks for being here. Hope you're having a good Sunday, mate, and watching your game or playing a game or whatever you're doing. Appreciate all of you being here. seeing it wasn't planned or anything like that, and it really is a beautiful day. Should be out going for a walk or something like that, really. Taking the dogs for a walk, the shed dogs. The shed dogs that love to go for a walk. They're lazing around here. Lazy dogs. Oh no, so we've got that screwed on tight. Now, this is our plastic. Let's put that back there where it's supposed to be. Let's get our ruler. Now our wheels, we retrieved one out of the, they're about 25mm wide. Yeah, 25. That'll do. Now what we need, normally I'd be cutting this on the bandsaw that's over there, but the blade's broken. And like Bill, need to work out a way of, probably should just stop being a tight bum and go and buy a new blade. Now this is too big to fit in the lathe and part off. Actually it's not. I could set up the, but I can't go deep. I could go deep enough because I could use the other tool which is broken. And that one will only go about that deep. That's not deep enough. The other parting blade I got is this one here, and I've broken it because I was doing something silly. And yeah. So let's just cut a piece. Let's see how I go cutting a piece. I'm probably going to cut it 30mm long. So let's get our paint pen, which is white. Hasn't been used in ages. And let's make sure our pen works. It's fairly solid stuff. And you might be able to hear the sirens. Now I want to try and actually, let's do this. So I'm going to get a zip tie. Will that work? Yeah, that'll work. Hopefully you can see this. Should be able to just see it. So I'm marking the circumference. So I've just put a zip tie on here. I want to try and cut it fairly straight. So I've just put a zip tie on here. And I'm tracing around. It's a little bit wobbly. I shouldn't be talking there. Yeah, Cherenade, it sure is. We live close by to, now when I say close by, we back on to a high school here, and which backs on to the hospital. So we quite often hear sirens all the time, day and night. And also the fire brigade's not that far away, all that sort of stuff. So we've just lived with it, you get used to it. Mind you, some of the newer ambulances and that have got a different siren on them. They're a bit funny. They're a bit interesting to hear sometimes. And then the actual ambulance drivers, they won't have the siren on all the time, but they might just put it on for a bit, so you might get a boop, something like that. No. Save it for... Oh, good on you, AJ. Righto, so I'm just cutting this by hand, and you can hear it. It's almost like cutting timber. I could get if I got the electric saw out, I'd only go so deep. So I'm just doing this by hand, and this is going to be the first one. So a small piece like this, I'll put in the lathe, and I can face it, I can drill it and bore it, and just round the corners, take the burrs off, and I'll try it in the whites, in the setup on the craft trolley. Now, of course, this is only going to cut as good as my eye and hand coordination will cut. But so far we're doing all right. Well, yeah, well, we all do that, Deviant. Tell Nightbot to shut up. Oh, you can blame Peter, because he put the commands in. This is cutting nicely, actually. Nice fine black plastic. I could probably mix that up and put it in my cake mixing and, you know, put my own plastic in my food. There's already plastic in food. And as we get towards the end, we slow down, because you don't want to just bash off like that, like I just did. But anyway, put that back. Right, Cherinator, thanks for dropping in, mate. Appreciate it. Try and get some rest and feel a bit better. And we'll see you in the next one. Right, now I will get me little brush. Wherever I'll put it, right there. And I'll do another little clean up here. Try and stay neat and tidy, although I will be making more mess soon. At least I'm trying. Sort of. I'll certainly have... I might leave this out to try and catch the next one. Right, so we're going to do the spinny chair. Not the spinny chair, the spinny, what's her name? Spinny camera, so just bear with me. There we go. Oops, a bit too far. Let me see if that looks half decent. Sort of, not really. Let's square you guys up here like so. Right. There we are. Let's also... That's right, don't have any there, do we? Oh, coolant, oil. That's right, I need to get some more. Either way, I'll be using coolant. Well, I can use. I'll need to get some more soluble oil, and that's what this is. And I'll probably need to give the lathe a really good clean up as well. I'll bring the carriage up. And I'll put our puck, you could say it's a puck, in the chuck. Put our puck in the chuck. Just like so. That way I can face it and drill it. Face, drill, bore. Let's have a look at the other jaws here. Right, if I put the other jaws in, yeah, I'm going to do that. If I put the other jaws in, I'll be gripping it by, let's have a look here. Right, I'll be gripping it by that much, and that's all I need, because I do want to, whereas I put it in here like this, all right, that's not leaving me a lot of room just to round that off. So I'll flip these jaws out, flick, flip, flip, flop, flap, flip, slip, slop, slap, something like that. And we'll do a bit of machining, and oh boy, it's 1 o'clock already. Well, I'll do this first one, then we'll take a break. And there's an option on there on YouTube to take a break and run some ads, where potentially I could earn some money. And we'll see if that's going to work. Righto. Get these lined up. Give them a brush down. Oops, put my glasses on properly. That's better. Hey, Mrs. Austin, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. I finally have got around to doing a stream which is a bit more convenient for you. Yeah, what I missed, Deviant's going for lunch, is he? Righto, Deviant. If you're going for lunch, mate, no worries. I'll be doing that soon, and we're going to take a break soon. Well, yes, Peter. Doing a lot of things is subjective. Sitting around watching TV, that's what some people like. Righto. Mrs. Austin, it's 1 o'clock my time for me. It must be, it must be, what is it? It must be about, hang on, it's probably about, what, 6, 7 o'clock your time, is that correct? It's one thing, it'd be a nice widget to have is local time. Something I might play with live. Cool, that's what you got to do. Well, 8 p.m. right now. Right, yep, that's right. So 1 o'clock here is 8 p.m. you. So I'm now winding these jaws in, and that's much better. And this is a semi-production run, so to speak, so 10 items. Once I get this one sorted out, I'll go ahead and cut the others, and let's get that out of there. I'll cut the others, and that way I can run through them pretty quick. Yeah, that's about right, Pete. That's about right. Is it that one or is it that one? No, it's that one. I'm just going to square up the tool post here because I think I've got this on a slight taper. I mean, it really doesn't matter, but... and I'll have to reset up, find myself a centre line, put a decent machine a centre line in so I can get the angles right. Righto. Okay, the lathe's on. We don't need the feed at the moment. Yeah, well, that's one way of doing it, Mrs. Austin. Righto, so now I'm going to... can we get a bit closer here? Right, we're going to move and we're going to get a bit closer. A bit closer in. And we're going to square this up. Angle it down a bit. That's on the... It's on the... oh, that's my hand. And in fact, we've got the room. There we go. That's a better shot. Much better, much better, much better. Right, here we go. Running the lathe just by hand. 460 RPM. Let's take a cut, see what it looks like. That is cutting really well. Let's have a look at the surface finish there. This stuff machine's really nice. And we've got the right tool for the job too. I'll just pull that out and show you. This tool here, it's a real nice sharp tool. There we go, it'll focus a bit. Ideal for this sort of thing, machining plastic. And I'll just take... I'll engage the auto feed and just see if I can get a good finish with the auto feed. I'm just taking a real light cut here. This is with the auto feed, but a fairly aggressive cross feed. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Austin, for doing that. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, that cross feed there, that's really nice. It's a really, really nice. And I'll get the lathe file. I very much appreciate you giving me the time, Mrs. Austin, and you're most welcome. So the only thing about doing it this way is that I can't really get in there with the... In fact, I'll go the other way. No. I'll come from underneath. For that reason, if I touch the jaws, it's going to flick it away instead of flicking it to me. I could do get a bit of practice and do it with the tool, the lathe tool. So we'll spin that around now. And we are actually oversized because I made it, yeah, that's 32. And I want 25. I wonder if I could go that bit bigger and go 30 mil, give it more surface area. I might have to go check that out. Right, so I face one side and you spin it around and we're going to do the other one. Oh, that's terrible, Mrs. Austin. The other, Mrs. Austin, the other thing when you have been streaming recently, the audio, you've had a lot of clipping. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the audio, but at one stage it was really loud and distorting, which unfortunately didn't make for pleasant listening. I know you weren't sure what was going on, and but happy to help you out with that if you need to try and sort something out. Maybe in settings you might have to turn it down a notch or two, but I'm sure you would. Hopefully somebody else pointed this out to you as well, but that's what I was hearing. But like I said, if you need help, let us know. Righto. I'll just do this cut, Mrs. Austin, and then I've got an idea. So you may or may not see what's going on. As soon as it cuts off, I'll top you. Oh, thanks, Stylesy. Yeah, Mrs. Austin's had a few issues with her sound, and as soon as I cut this off, like so. So, Mrs. Austin, what I'd suggest, there you go, out of curiosity, because we've machined it so thin. That's just a piece of, that's a thin bit of plastic. In fact, let's get the verniers and measure how thick that is. Mrs. Austin, I'd recommend going into your iPad and the actual settings in the iPad and look at your input volume. You should be able to adjust it from there. And going by this, that's 0.15 of a millimetre thick. And I just machine that off. There you go. Pretty cool. Now, yeah. But with your, from your iPad, let's have a quick look at this. I'll just have a quick look here. Microphone. Might even be in your Streamlabs settings, Mrs. Austin, or even Control Center, access with apps, reset controller, camera. There'd be a way to sort it out. I feel relatively easy. You know, I've struggled with that myself, to tell you the truth, and it's certainly annoying, certainly a pain, because, I mean, you guys are testament. You've you know, I've done some bad streams, bad audio here. I've had, even when I've been on with G, sometimes we've had echoing issues when I've got on there. Ah, right, yeah. The other piece of advice, Mrs. Austin, I'd give you is only have open what you need open on your iPad. Shut everything else down, because that can cause problems too. Right, so there's that sort of finish we're looking at. Really nice finish with that tip, and that's 31.5. So I'm going to take that down to 31. So I'll take another 0.5 mil off. Oh, okay. Righto, 0.5 mil. Right, that's 0.5 mil. One thing, Mrs. Austin, I like to do is go and you can do this yourself, and it's recommended. Righto, no worries, Mrs. Austin, but I would go and record a small session and set it to private, then you can go back and watch it and see if it sounds okay. Oh. Didn't quite finish that off. There we go. Now I'm going to round that off. I need a bit more practice with that. I've got to come up with a better way. It's a little bit on the dangerous side. I'm just not getting the radius I want. The old Nightbot going hard. Righto, so it is. Oh, I shouldn't have taken that out. So that's 31, and yeah, that's more than enough. Right, so I'll show you what's going on. So this is 31 wide. The actual bearing mounting surface is only 18. So probably what I'll do is, let's get this better. So it's only about 18 millimetres wide. I've made that 30, and I've got to see how much I can get away with. That's why I might be able to leave it at 30. Oh, there's a couple of discs either side, so this might take a bit more finesse than, so I'll have to bore that out, bore that too. That's 23 millimetres. So if I make that if I make that 22.95 or something like that, so 0.05 of a mil interference, I'll give these a clean up on the buff. And yeah, right, okay. Well, I tell you what, it's time to sit down, and I'm going to go have some sort of lunch because it's like, it's almost 1:30. Let's go here to live. So I might flick over to take a break, if I can do that. Add a stream marker, share, start break. I'm going to try this feature on YouTube where it lets me take a break, and I'm going to come back later on. If you guys want to go, I do appreciate you coming in. Well, it's way past lunchtime. I thought it was wasn't as where it was. So I'm going to take this break. I'm going to see what happens. It's either going to work or it won't. So 5 minutes. I'm going to try 5 minutes and see what happens. Right. So does the live stream continue? Or does it take a break? Supposedly it's taking a break, but I haven't seen any ads or anything come up. Nope. Oh. I don't know what's happening on the live stream side of things, but anyway, yeah, I'm going to take a break. I'll come back. If nothing else, we're still live. Well, g'day everyone and welcome back to the shed. It's been a while since I've put out an actual recorded video, just been a bit busy with work and flat out and all that sort of stuff. This is the steam whistle I've been working on. We've just got the lapping of the valve to go. That's it. This will be a separate video, but the video I'm doing tonight, or start recording tonight, I've got a little problem with the lathe over here, and you can see this is the setup here. That's the lathe. We got over on this computer here, Emma's spare room machine shop. She's doing her CAD drawing on a Tuesday night. Actually, I've got to look at the camera over here. The problem we got is the lid here is very crunchy. It doesn't run smoothly. That screw there is just to stop it coming all the way around. I think that we've got a bit of ingress of debris inside here from all the years of machining. I've never had this off since I've owned it, so it's becoming a problem and we need to do something about it now. I got the file and there's just a roll pin that's holding this in, so we'll knock that out. Pin punch and roll pin to knock that out, and we'll see how we go. So I need a slightly bigger one. I might need a bit more power and get it square on, it'd help too. There we go. We're on the move quite nicely. Right. That was easy. That's the way it's meant to be. So we'll take that out of there and we can slide that lever off. And that's got a fair bit of oil in it and that. And I could actually do with getting in and giving this a good clean before putting it back on. Right, our pin punch on the headstock there. Obviously the lathe is isolated. There's no fear of it starting up in any way. Plus, when you open this, it cuts it out anyway. So there you have it. Well, that was easier said than done. So here's the shaft, which just slid out, which really surprised me. And they've milled in a slot there. That's to stop it only rotate about 90 degrees at the most. It's a little bit dirty. And in under this cover is a micro switch. So we might get the Allen keys and take this off and have a look underneath and just make sure there's no debris fouling inside there. I did give the lathe a clean up the other night on the live stream, and I probably need to give it a bit more of a clean up, but it's also good to give them a clean up. Got a little, you probably can't see it from that angle, but there's a sight glass just under there to tell me how much oil is in the headstock, and that could probably do with a change too at some stage, because I have not changed it in a long time. And wrong size. They're not very, it's not very hard at all. Just cap screws. And these T-bar type arrangement Allen keys are nice. Nice long socket cap screws. Right, that's the whole thing. That's a micro switch there. Let's see if we can get a better view of that. There we go, I'll put that up there like so. You may hear the shed dogs in the background having a bit of a play. And there's two red wires. Ooh. Hopefully you didn't hear that. Two red wires and one's just come out. That's nice. So we've got to fix that. Right, and I hardly put any weight on that and that just pulled out. So they've only got one screw in there, which is right. Obviously more work than what I realised, and it always is. So I need to get a bit of rag and have a closer look at this. We'll just wipe the oil off. It'd be a good idea for me just to do one at a time. We've zoomed in a bit here now, and I'm going to take out this micro switch so I can fix up the wire that goes onto the terminal. I'm sort of glad it actually happened now, because otherwise it could have happened down the track and I would have been scratching my head and all that sort of wonderful stuff that you normally try and resolve an issue with. And that's all rather dirty, a bit oily, of course. Like I said, over the years I've never pulled this apart. Still works fine, still clicks nicely. And now we've got that out of there. I'll have a close look in there. It's quite a heavy casting, cast iron. Looks like they've had a couple of goes at it. There's 2 holes there. For something that hasn't been off the lathe probably since it was built, it's doing well. We've had this lathe now for 10 years, something like that. It's been a good lathe. There's a couple of little things I don't like about it, but you know, for what it is and what it does, it gets the job done pretty good, actually, to tell you the truth. And you've seen me do plenty of work on this thing over the years. That one's in nicely. This one's not. Is it? Right, so it's only a spade bit. And it just wasn't crimped over properly. So let's get another one. Go get our box of electrical bits, crimps, and we fix that up so we can put it all back together. This will go in here like so. Right way around, of course. Now that's a little bit tight in there. Must be a bit of a burr somewhere there. I might have to run some. I ran that on the Linisher, and in fact I can see the problem straight away. So what's happened over time, just make sure we got our, there's that groove there, and as it's gone back, forth, it's worn a bit of a, where it stopped all the time, there's a bit of a burr there. So I'll just get the file and take that burr off, and that's probably all that's stopping it. It's not much, it's just a little bit of bruising, and we might go back on the, so I've just taken the burr off there. There's another one right at the back here. Let's get rid of that. It feels much better. That's it. That's all it took. That tiny little bit. It's amazing what a little burr will do. Right on the edge there. Nothing's ever as simple as what you think. All right, let's take it out. We know where the position is. We're back. We've had to make a bit of a compromise. I didn't have a spade bit, but I did have a little blue one here, which I've had to open up the hole. This is about a 3.5 or 4 millimetre screw, and I've got the really good the Toledo wire stripper cutters, good bit of gear. I'm just going to strip this one a bit more and double it over. With these you can set a distance, and I'll just punch that out a bit more so I can just strip a bit more off and double it over. Especially if you're doing quite a lot, it's good to set a particular distance and go from there. Actually, yep, there we go. Let's twist that a bit more, double that over. No fancy close-up shots here. You'll just have to try and zoom in. I have zoomed in already. We've got that going on there, like so. It's all colour-coded too. You've got blue, yellow, red. And we'll just give that a crimp down like so. And we'll make sure it's really well. I'll give it an extra bit of loving here on both sides. Now that's nice and taut. Get our Phillips head screwdriver and get ourselves into place here and put it back on. We may have to bend this around a little bit to get it to go in place because of where it was located. The sharp, keen-eyed ones of you will realise it's just not quite in the right place at the moment. We'll fix that up in a second. We'll get that started and we'll bend it up like that. Right, that's nice and tight. I think I've got some contact cleaner. I'll give this a wash down with a bit of contact cleaner. And we're in luck. I've got some contact cleaner. This is electrical contact cleaner. You've probably seen it, got something, this is CRC. Low residue, low toxicity, it's flammable obviously. Hopefully we've got a bit of, right, so what's happened is virtually all the gas, oh here we go, I thought I'd run out of gas. It's going to wash all the oil off. This stuff is fantastic. If you don't have any, it's definitely worthwhile keeping a can in you. That feels a bit loose. What the hell was that? Obviously something I needed. I know what it was. It was the roll pin that magnetically attached to the screwdriver, and it's now in the swarf tray with all the other swarf. So that was fun. In fact, I didn't have to unscrew that completely because it's a spade bit. We'll just let that dangle down there. We'll just make sure that it's crimped nicely. So that we don't have any problems in the future. Get that really. Unfortunately, from that angle you guys are on now, distorts it too much. I'm already zoomed in a little bit for these close-up shots. A bit more contact cleaner just to. We'll put that back into there. I can see why they went for a spade bit. Right. Now if we turn the lathe on, righto, you can hear that clicking in and out, and when you open the lid, pushes it in so the lathe can't run, whereas it can run in that position. If you push it in like that, it will not go. That's what I didn't want to do. So now we can put this all back together. Now we've sorted our problem out. Now with our shaft going back in, we will give it a little bit of oil. Just a bit. So everything's going to go nice and smoothly. It only goes in one way. And that's like so, and yep, that's working perfectly. So like that, and it'll run. Let's clean that out. That's our little grub screw which had come loose, and that's partly to do why it was burred over on the shaft. I'll give this a little bit of a clean up off camera. It's a little pick set. This is one of the tools out of the pick set. Sorry, I'll just keep looking to make sure I'm in frame. And you can get in and pull things out and clean things out. I haven't got the air compressor on, it's a bit late at night. And this scrub screw can go back into position. Let's stop, go. Right. There is a little bit of play in terms of, no, that's a bit tight. There we go. And we'll get a little spanner. Now this is an imperial and that's metric. Yeah, that's 10 mil. So we get our little adjustable spanner. On the workbench over there, I've got imperial spanners, and I haven't got any metric up there. So that's probably the next thing I need to do is just get a cheap set of metric spanners. Now let's turn this on, and you can hear that it's working. So that's in the off position. Lathe will not go, and with that in the down position, the lathe runs. So I hit the e-stop, and you can't hear it now. So there's plenty of forms of isolation on this lathe. I'm going to use the lathe to clean the cap, turn the coolant on, unless we're out of coolant. Oh, I need some water. I know where I can get some. Right, I've got a bucket of water here I've stolen from the dogs. We need to put some clean stuff in anyway. Well, this is all well and truly ingrained, and I've been a bit slack on cleaning. Not that you have to have your lathe perfectly clean, but it's just good to keep things semi-clean. Just gives you a little bit more pride to put in. Now that's not perfect by any means. We'll slide that back onto there. We'll put that in that particular position. And that just taps nicely back into there. And that's really smooth. And you can hear that working perfectly. Job done. Happy days. That way we got this sorted out, this little problem sorted out. Not that it was a big problem, it was an easy fix. Sometimes you have a win, and we're going to have some flawless operation now. Turn that on. There we go. And I'll demonstrate. So what happens, the lathe will be running, I'll lift this lid, it'll cut out. Just like that. And you won't be able to start it again until you put that lid back down again. So there you go. All right, thanks everyone for watching. Don't forget Thursday night live. See you then. Bye for now. Time to clean up, Mark. Well, good day everyone, and welcome back to the shed. It's been a while since I've put out an actual recorded video, just been a bit busy with work and flat out and all that sort of stuff. This is the steam whistle I've been working on. We've just got the lapping of the valve to go. That's it. This will be a separate video, but the video I'm doing tonight, or start recording tonight, I've got a little problem with the lathe over here, and you can see this is the setup here. That's the lathe. We got over on this computer here, Emma's spare room machine shop. She's doing her CAD drawing on a Tuesday night. Actually, I've got to look at the camera over here. The problem we got is the lid here is very crunchy. It doesn't run smoothly. That screw there is just to stop it coming all the way around. I think that we've got a bit of ingress of debris inside here from all the years of machining. I've never had this off since I've owned it, so it's becoming a problem and we need to do something about it now. I got the file, and there's just a roll pin that's holding this in, so we'll knock that out. Pin punch and roll pin to knock that out, and we'll see how we go. So I need a slightly bigger one. I might need a bit more power, and get it square on would help too. There we go. We're on the move quite nicely. Right. That was easy. That's the way it's meant to be. So we'll take that out of there, and we can slide that lever off. And that's got a fair bit of oil in it and that. And I could actually do with getting in and giving this a good clean before putting it back on. Right, our pin punch on the headstock there. Obviously the lathe is isolated. There's no fear of it starting up in any way. Plus, when you open this, it cuts it out anyway. So there you have it. Well, that was easier said than done. So here's the shaft, which just slid out, which really surprised me. And they've milled in a slot there. That's to stop it only rotate about 90 degrees at the most. It's a little bit dirty. And in under this cover is a micro switch, so we might get the Allen keys and take this off and have a look underneath and just make sure there's no debris fouling inside there. I did give the lathe a clean up the other night on the live stream, and I probably need to give it a bit more of a clean up, but it's also good to give them a clean up. Got a little, you probably can't see it from that angle, but there's a sight glass just under there to tell me how much oil is in the headstock, and that could probably do with a change too at some stage, because I have not changed it in a long time. And wrong size. It's not very hard at all. Just cap screws, and these T-bar type arrangement Allen keys are nice long socket cap screws. Right, that's the whole thing. That's a micro switch there. Let's see if we can get a better view of that. There we go, I'll put that up there like so. You may hear the shed dogs in the background having a bit of a play. And there's two red wires. Ooh. Hopefully you didn't hear that. Two red wires, and one's just come out. That's nice. So we've got to fix that. Right, and I hardly put any weight on that, and that just pulled out. So they've only got one screw in there, which is right. Obviously more work than what I realised, and it always is. So I need to get a bit of rag and have a closer look at this. We'll just wipe the oil off. It'll be a good idea for me just to do one at a time. We've zoomed in a bit here now, and I'm going to take... Here we go, we're back. We're like, yeah, I know it's a bit of deja vu. I was away, oh, hang on, that's better. I was away a little bit longer than what I thought, but pit stop and get some lunch. Bit of liquid sugar there, and so it's now lunch with Mark. I got one of these pizza pocket things, so with butter on. So we're going to sit here and watch this, me eat. So you buy these from Coles or Woolworths, wherever you get them from, IGA. Yep. And of course we've got the Shed Dogs. The Shed Dogs are here for a handout. They're going to help me out. A little bit for you. And a little bit for you. There we go. We did I warmed these up in the air fryer. Yeah, we're back live, Stylesy. Well, thanks, Jamar, Stylesy. And Mrs. Shed Talk sliced it nicely in half. We put some butter on it, which just makes it nice. And yummy. One of those bacon and cheese things you get back. Now, treats for the Shed Dogs. There we go. There we go. Treats for the Shed Dogs. They know what's good for them. Yes. Hey. All right. There's a piece on me lap. So Nudge here. This is Nudge. Nudge. They're both Nudges. Came and said, I want some. And now she's putting her head on my lap because it's like, hey, I'm here. I want what you're eating. That's good dogs. Right. Oh, look at that. Because you're so well behaved. Now, if you're interested, you can become a member of the channel, or you can send me a super chat or whatever, and we can get some more treats for the shed dogs, because they'd love to eat some treats on the live stream. Oh, sorry, Max. I hit him in the face. You got it, mate? Good boy. Gentle. That's snatching. I said gentle. Here, Max. Maxie. Here. Gentle. Gentle. Good boy. Right. So that's enough. Yum, yum. And I'll have me liquid sugar. No, you're absolutely right, Peter. You don't need a napkin with dogs around. But you know, we won't let them snatch it. We tell them gentle, and we do say at times we say enough, and we will tell them to, okay, sit down. Yes. And that's Max sat down on command. The old girl probably, come on, down. No. Look at those puppy dog eyes. Well, I probably should have warmed this up in the firebox of the steamroller or something like that, but that's coming. We'll certainly do that. Won't we, Max? Cook on the shovel. This is nice, I must admit. Sorry, I just can't stop eating. I shouldn't talk with my mouth full. Should I? Oh, that's good. Right, so let's give the... okay, come on. Come down here. Okay, sit. No. Stop. Sit. Down. Near. Down. Good dogs, yes. So, no, Max. Max, come over here. Turn around. Come on, turn around. Supposed to be sitting down. You weren't supposed to get up. I know it's tempting. Yes. Max, down. No. No. Stop. Wait. Down. Stay. Right. Okay. No, come on. Back to your start point. Come over here. Okay, come back around. Come on. Righto. Sit. Down. No, Max. Stay. And we've got them sitting side by side. I should really get my phone and take a photo. Where's my phone? Okay. Anybody see where I put my phone? There it is. It's under the treats. Stay. Because I want to get a photo of this and send it to Mrs. Shed Talk. Oh, of course, they're not side by side now, are they? Okay, sit. Down. Anyway. Righto, you dogs. Gentle. There we go. I'll use that as a thumbnail, I think. Good on you. Hey? Isn't that good? I'll send these to Mrs. Shed Talk now. Yeah, that video, Peter, I thought it went longer than what I did, or I was away longer than what I thought I was. Righto, so I'm going to finish that off, and then we're going to get back into it. And the dogs are going to... Oh. No, Stylesy, my phone was here. Shout out to Mum and Dad. They're watching on the big screen TV now, new one they got, or bigger, or better than what it was. The old one they had for a long time died. So what do you reckon, boys and girl? Huh? That's a good boy, Max. Still reacting. Okay? Yeah, they both react. Now, that's it. There's nothing left. No, there's not. Come on. I wouldn't be eating off the floor. You've been taught not to. No. And Mrs. Shed Talk just sent me a message to say, we have beautiful fur babies. They love us and they love each other. And food. And food. Yeah, no, they really are good. They get a bit carried away sometimes, but most of the time they... right, I'm going to move this over to the side because it's a little bit annoying. Like I said before, it's the ideal distance away. Thanks, Jamar. Right, so we're going to get back on the lathe now. So we'll flick over. Ooh, excuse me. Where are we? There we go. Bench, benchy. Bench, lathe bench cam. Lathe bench cam. Righto, where are we up to? We are up to... we're up to drilling a hole in this thing. Right, so I've got to take out... what you can't... actually, where's that other angle I'm going to go? We'll go twin view. Let's go twin view for a while, eh? So we've got here the lathe, and we've also got me over here. It's a bit far away, but anyway, it'd be nice if I had another, put the webcam up there, so I'm looking down this way. Anyway, food for thought. Right, take the live centre out, and I'll go over here and put it in its spot. Wrong spot. Next drawer up. And I want the drill chuck. Chucky's drill. And we'll put our verniers just over there. And we're going to put our hockey puck back in. So I'll drill, the first step is I'm going to drill right through. Oh, that's right. Your water's getting quite low there, baby girl. Oh, excuse me. And it's probably looking a bit dirty too. It's a fair way down. That needs a clean out. That's getting a bit rusty. Let's, because near the old girl, that's looking a bit dirty. So we'll clean that up before we get going any further. Where's me? Yeah, I've got a scour pad here. I'm just not sure what's been on it. Well, I'll give it a really good rinse out. So I'm actually outside the shed now, and I'm gonna clean this out. Yep. I said they've been good all day. Right, that's a bit cleaner. Much cleaner. I'll give that another rinse out. It's just tank water. Quite often the shed dogs will drink out of a dirty puddle. It's funny that. Right, I'm filling this bucket up right now, which you can't see, and I'll be back in a second. And we'll get back to doing this on the lathe. Like I said, I've cut it at 30mm, or just over 30mm on face both sides. And I may have to machine it down more, because there's a couple of pressed metal parts that go either side in the old one. Or I'll machine a recess so these pressed metal parts can go in. In fact, we might even set up the mobile camera. Here we go. What were you barking at? And then later on we might have some afternoon tea too, if we're still going. Righto, we're back. Put the glasses on so I can see what I'm doing. Like so. Put our centre drill in. Do up the chuck. And before we go too much further, we've got to see in our what size milling cutters we got. Or actually, more importantly, if I can get a really sharp tip on the boring bar. And I know which one I want to use. one of the smaller ones, but I don't think I've got any real sharp plastic tips for the small ones. I've got because ideally these sharp tips work well for the external machining, but not the internal. And the internal ones I've got, I just threw a tip on the ground. The internal ones I've got, I think, are going to be too big because that's 23 mil. Yeah, that's just too big, too big, too big. It's either too big or too small. And these other tips are just not sharp enough. Maybe they will be. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. The other thing is, Harvo Brew, you just had lunch. Yeah. Oh, come on, Pete. You've got to keep up with the times, mate. So I've got a 3/4 inch drill, which needs a bit of a sharpen, and I'll use that to... So we'll just do a little pilot hole. It's blunt. Looks about right. Probably too small. I'll do a little pilot hole. Once we do, that looks about right. I'll give this, righto, I'm going to take that off the charger. I've got my iPad here to see the chat. And let's pop that down. Hey, Bill! Lunchtime, Bill's drinking. Welcome back, Bill. Right, we'll see how that goes. Bill, it's a bit out of character for you to have a drink, isn't it, Bill, at this time of the day? Anyway, everyone's a comedian. Righto. That's our centre drill. Where'd I put my pilot drill? There it is. Then we'll put our pilot through. Nice and easy. However, it does, this stuff, I will put a bit of lubrication on it because this stuff does get hot very quick. And then we put the big one through, and we might have to slow it down a bit. Put that all the way in. Get that nice and close. We'll see how this goes. Oh. Oh, what happened there? Ah, I know what happened there. Touched the jaws on the other side. How dare you? Right. That's got to come out anyway. Yeah. verniers. Righto, that's 19 and we've got to go out to, here's our thing, we'll give that a polish up too. Got to go out to 23. We'll clean these up quickly. Oh. Let's give it a go on the wire buff. Take any marks off. A little bit rusty there, some of those. Spins well, so there's no problem there. The grease is still quite thick on this. Coming out of the bearing, but like I said, there's no issue. And yeah, I'm away from the machine at the moment, but I'm over here. One day I'll make this a more professional setup. Righto. So all I've done is just walked away and I've cleaned this up. Got this looking a bit better, got the rough stuff off. We know it's got to be 23 and that's 19 at the moment. Boring bar, right. Back to this boring bar situation. Right, I'll try this. Ideally, I want a nice sharp tip like what's on here, and this one here is more for steel. I will give it a go and see how it machines to whether or not I'm going to get a nice finish. But I'll have a look. I'll have a look in my drawer here just in case I've got something hiding away that I'm not unfamiliar with. The other thing I could do, if that's not going to work, I could use a milling cutter. So I could take a milling cutter like this, clamp it down in there and use it as a boring bar, taking like cuts. That's one way of doing it. And oh, I wonder if that's going to work. Now, what am I referring to? I'll show you in a second. Whoops. In fact, oh, look at that. Right, so I do have a boring bar, and here it is here. And this tip, which is a nice sharp one, should fit in, it should locate in there, and we'll be able to use that. Should. You know what should did? Should. Oh, Peter. But you could always cook it now. Beware the chuck. Hey, what are you on about, Pete? Beware the chuck. Yeah, I do get a bit close to this chuck sometimes. Righto. So the only thing that's going to hold me up, how wide's that? Oh, that's only 17 mil. Perfect. Sometimes you have a win. And I'll put that up there. How's the dual screen format looking, the twin view as I call it? You guys liking it, or just want a full screen view? Poll. Does Marky talk to himself like this without the cameras running? Yes. Yes, I do, Bill. Do you do it? I should create that poll, shouldn't I? Let's do that. Let's create that poll, Bill. You've given me a good idea there. Now, we'll have to check the centre height of that. All right, let's create a poll. Let's jump over here and create a poll. And use poll. Oh, sorry. Break has ended. I don't know what the hell was going on there. Engage with the audience. Start a poll. Does Mark talk to himself like this without the cameras running? Without. Okay. Yep. There you go. Without. Otherwise, Peter will get on to me about my spelling. Twin view looks good. Stylesy says. Okay, mate. Okay, we've got 100% yes in the poll. Oh. It's changing. Yes is the current winner. One says no. 4 votes. Keep those votes coming in. He does on Discord too. Yeah. Thanks, Mrs. Austin. Anyway, all right. It's clear winner, yes. How do you like a like? Oh, you just click like, yeah. Righto, let's end this poll. 75% yes, 4 votes. Oh well, there you go. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and Bruces. Right, let's go over. I voted no because I don't know what you do when the cameras are not. Thanks, Jamar. Right. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's get to it. Now I've got to find the Allen key for that to undo that. It's only a very small one, and it looks like it's been burnt over quite badly. Why did I do that? Answer me that. Riddle me that, Batman. There we go. That was burnt over a little bit, so I just undid it a bit so I can get the Allen key in there and undo the grub screw. There we go, and the tip drops out. Let's give that a bit of a brush. Get any crappy stuff out. And we'll put our little air tool in. The compressor's probably going to kick in at some stage. I thought I had a pretty good airtight system, but I'm losing air somewhere. I might have to track it down. Righto. And I thought maybe, maybe. And will that go in there? It's pushing it out. No, that's not going to work. Just forces it out, just pushes it out. All right. Alrighty then. All right, well, let's try. Yeah, I thought I could get away with it, but I couldn't. Actually, hang on, what? Don't worry, I like talking to myself. I don't think. And that won't go in there. Okay, so I thought maybe that might go in there, but that's too big. And the next size up is just, oh, hang on a second. Hold your horses. Right. Hold your horses, I've had a brainstorm. I know that's rare, but it does happen. Righto, I've got this boring bar. And that might be too big. 22. That'll fit that tip in there. Let's give it a try. Hey, Deviant, you back, mate? Noah, g'day. G'day, Noah. Thanks for being here. I'm back at it in the shed instead of a Thursday night. It's this afternoon, my time, Sunday. Right, try and get that in there. Come on, Mark, get your act together. Put that in there. Maybe. Why won't that go in there? It's because it's too big, Mark. Should do. What's that song? No, yes, it is too big. All right, let's change again. Change. It's all about change around here. Right. So this one is slightly too big for this particular holder. So let's swap things around. Let's put that back in there like so. Put that back in there and I'll swap it over with the other one. And before I check that, I will check that right now. Yeah, plenty of room. Right. So this one has a much wider opening, but what I've also got to do is make sure I got tips that size for doing plastic and aluminium and things like that. Because despite the variety of tips I have, I just don't have those ones with the really sharp ones in the small size. And yeah, no, let's just stick with what I'm doing. Right, boring bar. Unscrew these, get them in. Let's see, and we've got plenty of stick out. Yeah, Jamar. Yep, sure will. I'll be doing Thursday again. And I got to thank Peter for telling me, well, ages ago when I first started doing live stream, Peter was one of the first to come in, and the advice he gave me, because I was doing live streams all over the place and not really getting anywhere. And Peter said to me, he said, pick a day and stick to it. And since that good advice from Peter, that's what I've done. Especially on, so that's a regular thing, and that's what a lot of other people recommend as well, who do YouTube. You should do it regularly, upload regularly, you know, and that way people get to know what you do. And I have been planning on, oh, excuse me, that cake's working well. I have been planning on doing this for a while, just to see if it would, see if anyone else would come in and watch. And I've also done it for people like Mrs. Austin, who are over in the US, the different time zones and that. Because usually when she comes on, she gets up really early in the morning, like sort of 3 o'clock in the morning. And some of the stuff I watch, which comes out of the US, it's on about 3 o'clock our time in the morning. And it's not always practical to be up at that sort of time for a lot of people. And where did I put that tip? There it is. So okay. Righto. Problem. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, no, that's going to move. Right, so the problem I'm facing here, and I might be able to get away with it because it is plastic. All right. Thanks, Mrs. Austin. See you later. Thanks for tuning in when you did. Appreciate it. Righto, so that should hold it in nice and tight, or in place to do this job. It shouldn't move that much, if any at all. Right, I'll put my tools back here. You can see how well organised this is. This is a well organised stream. And we're going to see if this will work. Now, that is, we've only got to go out to 23, and that's 22 already. Now I just don't know. 3/4. Don't think that's going to work, and that's probably sitting up too high anyway. Definitely up too high. Well, these are the problems I face when you don't have the right particular tool. Let's drop that down. That's adjusting the centre height. And I can get that roughly. I just don't think we're going to have enough clearance here, to tell you the truth. So I might have to change tools again. Right, let's try this. Let's see where we're at. It's going to cut nice. That's what I like about this stuff. Oh, yeah, that's too big. That's 24.4. I thought it was too big anyway. Just muck around with this a bit. It's 22, and that should be. In fact, I think I'm a little bit on the low side, so I'll bring that up a bit. Right, if not, I'm just going to change my setup completely and go another way. Right, so let's... Yeah, I think this tool is just... Although the... Yeah, no, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Just the centre height. Righto, let's find a workaround for this. I've got all the tools but the ones I need. Now let's go diving. Deep diving back into the tools again. Let me have a look. I might just have the right one, maybe not. Because I do have some really tiny things here, but they're all milling cutters. Now I've got these little inserts here, but I don't have the boring bar for it. Let's go over here. I don't know if you see what I'm doing. Yeah, I just don't have a boring bar for those. Otherwise, I'd put these in and they'd probably work. So I might have to invest in some cheap boring bars off Temu or something like that. All right, so let's go back to what I was going to do before. And that's this one. I'll put this one in. I'll try that. Because it is cutting pretty well. So I'll set that aside and I'll sort it out later. Oh, well, you can get mixed up. We all do it from time to time. Right, that's back. Let's get this, let's have a go at this. This is probably going to work better than what I think. Yep, it's working pretty well. So we're going to engage the feed. I've got to do what I was doing before. Right, let's check the diameter because we only want to go out to, right, that's 21.2. So we want to go there. That's probably too much. The increments on this are both in metric and imperial, but each one in the metric side of things, it's 0.04 of a millimetre. Let's run that through and see how it looks. Well, that cut really nicely. I was happy about that. It's come off like curly hair. And we'll double check our measurement. Make sure we're, oh, that's 22, and we only got to go to 23, and we want an interference fit. And so, right, let's get an accurate measurement. Let's make sure everything's right here. If not, I'll, oh yeah, we're 0. These are really good. Right, it's 22. Spot on 22, so we want to go round to there. And because we got a little bit to play with, I can go in, take a cut and just double check. Righto, well that's 23, there. Let's back that off. And we'll reset, without moving anything, I'll reset the dial here so that when I machine it out, I've got a zero mark to work off. Well, to a hammer, everything looks like a nail, apparently. Righto, that's probably, it's 22.9. That might be a bit too on the tight side. And that's a bit on the blunt side. And that's on the blunt side too. So let's change that out. Let's put a new tip in. Let's find a brand new tip. Righto, because I really like how this stuff is machining. It's machining really well. And no, not that one. I do have, oh, here we go. That's stuck. That was a smart one. I do have there they are. Ta-da! Right, this is a deburring tool, and these are the cutting edges. And they do wear, and they're just replaceable. You pull them out, put a new one in, like so, and it clips in nicely, and that just allows me to put a nice radius on it. Because it's so sharp, it really bites in, which doesn't really matter for this situation. Now, just before I take that out, do I go back and take another cut? Let's go back and take another cut. See if we can get that to clean out. With this situation, where I want a nice fit, you can either go too much or not enough. Now, in some cases, they would call that a spring pass. It just allows the tool to take another cut with hardly any pressure on it, because when you do, oh yeah, there we go, that's what I want, 22.95. Because what happens is sometimes if you're doing heavy cutting, it can push the tool away slightly. So I've just let it do that spring pass. So that's out to the size I want. And in fact, so I'm now going to turn this around and you'll see a burr on the backside there. So by turning that around, we can just run it and take the burr off. Radius is a little bit bigger and it vibrated a bit, but that doesn't matter. So now we're going to put the bearing in here. Now there's a couple of ways I can do that. And in fact, I might just do it on the lathe here. It might be easy to do it on the lathe here. Because we're all set up, because we're holding this. Let's get this out the way. Now in this setup, the lathe will not start because everything's open and so the safety devices are engaged. And I'm going to put the bearing, just going to hold it lightly in the chuck, and I'll clamp the tailstock in place, and I'll slowly just wind this in, and that's a really good fit. It's really nice. And I'll undo that now. And I will finish this off over on the bench. So we're going to spin you guys around. Let's take some burrs off. Let's give these a clean up. Right, okay, so we're going to go wobbly wobbly and just turn this around. And just bear with me. Let's get that set up. You can hear the... Let's get that down there like so. Hang on, let's reposition everything. Yep. There we go. You can see the vice. I've got some advice for you. There we go. Choo 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 choo. And we're going to get our, because that's a really nice fit in there. I think it's this one. I'm just going to use a socket here, which is the same outside diameter as the outer race. For those who are not familiar with bearings, this bit here is what they call the outer race, and this is the inner race, and we're pushing on the outer race. So I'm just going to hold that in there like so. In fact, I'll take those out. And I'm just going to use the vice the same as the tailstock. I'm just going to wind that in like so. And I've come to a stop, which is good, which should be about, yeah, I'll get my verniers now and measure down. 5.5, and that's 7.4. So I've got to go in a bit more. So I can just sit it on there, and I'll give it a tap, and get it more centralised. Might have to flick this around a bit. 6.6, 6.8, yeah, it's 0.2 mil of a difference. And there's our bearing in our wheel now. And so what we're going to do now is I'm going to set up Video Ninja, and we're going to go for, and I'll link that in to the system. So I'll be using the phone. Righto, let's go talking head here. There we go. Just tap it. Cheers, everyone, whatever you're drinking. Liquid sugar. What about you? Yeah, what are you, Bill? Now this. What am I going to do here? What am I going to do? Unsteady cam. Righto. That's unsteady cam. But I want to add a source, so I've got to open up. I've got to. Right. Here's what I've got to do unprofessionally. Let's see if this is going to work. Because we have a relatively good signal. I'll try the Video Ninja app. I'll just go back camera. Connect. There we go. And the link. I'll add that to QuickNote. I'll paste that into QuickNote. Come on, paste. There's nothing there. Come on. QuickNote. Oh, hang on, what if I copy? Copy. Let's take my advice and turn off any other apps. There it is there. Right. And we'll paste that into there. Video Ninja, box deep right. We've got that there. That should be updating. Right, let's copy that. Copy link, copy that, and we're going to add a source. And we'll go into Unsteady Cam. I'm going to add a source, and it's, which one is, oh, it's the browser, that's right, we're doing it through the browser. Go over to the browser, go to the inspector, right, and we'll paste that in, and we'll go enter, and that should come up. There we go. Come on, baby. Yep, there we go. Let's, okay. Oh.
Cut.
Righto. And I'll mute that because otherwise we're going to get some feedback. I'll take that out of its holder. Or is this going to bloody keep freezing up? This thing's going to keep freezing up. This is shit. Yeah, no, this app just doesn't want to work. It keeps freezing up. Unless it's got something to do with... All right. All right, let's go Video Ninja. Let's go to the website. So let's create a room. Let's tick that. Actually, let's just go... I know you guys find this difficult. Enable microphone. All right, there we go. What about... No. What about video settings? You think I'd have this worked out by now? And the video is disabled. One camera. Oh no. Turn the camera around. How do we turn the camera around? There we go. Oh. Like I said, you'd think I'd know how to do this by now. Right, so let's get this working. Copy. There. Paste. Save that. Let's go in here. Let's copy that. Back into here, back there. And wait for it to do its thing. Well, hey, look at that. Right, so all I want to do now is, so that turns, whee. Oh no. Oh no. It's not working. Seriously, it was working. There we go, we had to refresh it. Right, let's turn this camera around. Front camera. Back ultra wide. There we go. Hey! Yoo-hoo! We got it working. Right, so let's lock that in there. It may get a bit sketchy. Now, I don't know why I still haven't got the... turn that off. Let's go full screen on that. No, it's not going to do it. Anyway, all right. Let's get this on so we can put it on the unsteady cam, and then we're going to go for a walk. Right, so that's working. That's good. I like that. We'll get this. And yes, if you haven't noticed, I'm not able to turn that off. Let's get this. Hang on a second. Oh, God, that's severe. And hang on, come on. Hey, there we go. Righto. Right, there it is. That's pretty damn clear. So we're on the phone on the unsteady cam, and let's add the chat in here on this one. Angle shot, yeah. You want an angle shot? No worries, Pete. I'll give you an angle shot. Let's change that. Let's change that. Font size, 56. That's better. I can see that now. All right, so we're going to go for a walk into Mrs. Shedtalk's office. You're right, Deviant. You're absolutely right. So hopefully we'll go for a walk. So it's going to get a bit rough. The what's the name might go a bit crazy. There's the forklift. There's the ute. Mrs. Shedtalk, her car is. Let's go up. So this is the afternoon. That's the bright old sun that the camera's not coping with, but beautiful day. This is backyard. Anyway, it is what it is. We'll see how see if we lose audio at all, and undo the. Oh, it's unlocked. Didn't have to bring the keys. Laundry. Righto. So here we are. Here's the cabinet that we're working on. These are the different bits and pieces. Hopefully you can still hear me. I don't know whether you can hear me or not. So I'm going to have to sit you there while I have a look at this. And I probably need some sort of rag or something. Now this stuff here is called stabiliser. It's used in embroidery, and there's quite a bit of wastage of this during the process. Unfortunately, it is the way it is, but it also makes a good rag too. And there's various bits of thread and dog hair that get caught up. Oh, that's right, it's following me. Now, I'm going to turn that off, hopefully. I know you didn't want to see that. Probably saw my backside anyway. You've seen my backside quite a few times today. Righto. Right, that is... These are these pressed metal discs. That's why. So you can see them here. I might get a close-up shot. So I can either leave them off and put the bolt in. Let's see if this is going to... Let's go for a walk back outside again. And the shed dogs are upstairs, probably chilling out or something like that. Really is a nice day. It'll cool down quick, obviously. Right, here's another. Let's just play catch up in the chat for a second. What's the old chatterbox saying? Yeah, you're right, Bill, for the ankles. Who's Mrs. Ghost? I didn't fire anyone. Sun is too big, Mark. It's fake. It's flat earth, yeah. Deviant, how many sheds do I have? Not enough. That's the answer. I do not have enough sheds. Jamar, I was showing you the setup of where the wheel is going to go, how it's going to fit, all that sort of stuff. So I'm really happy with this, the size it is, 31 millimeters. It's worked out perfect. It's located in there nicely. It rolls nicely. There's plenty of surface area. I'll be interesting to see how these go in terms of, how they roll. I wonder how round they are. How round are they? 61.6. Oh, they're pretty damn round. Well, it is round bar stock. Sometimes with this sort of stuff, you might get a little bit of a lip somewhere, but this is so there's no need to machine the outside diameter. So it's cut them to length, face them, drill, bore, and put the bearing in. That's what we got to do. So the question is now, making it easy to cut the material, cut our stock, our plastic stock. Now, like I said before, I don't have, if I use my cut-off saw, that's not going to cut deep enough. I haven't got a blade for the bandsaw, and the only other saw I've got is the hand saw, and I've got 10 in total to do. I can do it. I'm just trying to find a faster way. Right, so let's get the. So if we do it with this, right? So we're going to be cutting, and that's to its full depth. So if we go like that, so we're missing out by that much. But then I could always rotate it around and cut it off. That's where the bandsaw comes in handy, but I don't have a blade. I'm sure I don't have a blade. The things you need when you need them, eh? The things you need when you need them. There's a saying. I'm sure I had a spare blade somewhere. Do I have an old blade? Danger. Deep excavation. Right. This is not Harry Potter's Chamber of Secrets, and I don't think I had blades in here, or did I? Did I have blades in here? No. If I'm going to have blades anywhere, I think I'm in Bill's predicament. I need a blade. Right, there we go. That's the smoke box. Even that's got the shimmies up. I'm going to put that over here so it's out of the way. Right, now, you would think I'd keep bandsaw blades here where they're close to the bandsaw. And one of those things I didn't... It's zip ties. Zip ties are not going to hold bandsaw blades together. No. Alright, what are you guys saying in the chat about what I should do? Yeah, Deviant, that was a gift from a friend of mine, and I'm over the moon about that too. It's a large format. That's April. Let's have a look at the next one. And there we go. And that's a Supermarine Spitfire, that one. It's a really nice calendar. I don't know where he got it, but there you go. Ghosts.com is, if you chase them for one of these things, it's really a nice calendar. I mean, I've got calendars, and this one here was done by one of the club members with all the traction engines on it, but I do like that large format. That's really nice. I think that's something I should look into myself, actually. Yeah, I do. I just appreciate nice stuff. Righto, so getting back to what we were talking about before, how am I going to cut these? Well, no, I don't actually, Stylesy. Yeah. Bandsaw blades. Do I have a... Oh, geez, I could set it up. Let's see if I've got a parting blade. Do I have another parting blade? I could set it up on the parting blade. I do have a parting blade, but I don't have a holder for this. Do I? Will that work? That won't go in there. That's too big. 2 weeks. Right. Mark's got to get a bit more organised. I thought I had a parting tool blade because parting tools like to break, especially when you don't use them correctly. Righto. What's in there? Nothing. That's an empty box. Come for a lookies over here. Actually, if I can set the stop up on that. Let's try that. Let's try that, he says. Right, let's put that in there and clamp that up. And I'll get the stop. I'm going to have to cut this around the other way. I'd have to cut it like this. Let's see if I'll get the stop and see if I can do that. Now, doing it this way is going to make a mess. A tremendous mess. But it is one way of doing it. And then I could just... Righto. What I want, 30... I'll go 32. Righto. I've put the stop in there, and I could go like this. And no, I'm gonna can I do this? Do it like this. Not advisable, but it might work. I just have to... What have I got to do? Oh, the trigger's there. Let's get myself a battery. Let's see if I can make this work. But then I'm still only cutting one hand because dangerous times ahead. Righto. Right, but then, no, that's just not... I'll be better off doing it the other way. Let's go the other way. Yeah, things are flying everywhere. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hang on a minute, folks. What's going on here? Come on. Yeah. Things had a hernia. Sorry, folks. Oh, it's out of battery. God, that didn't last long. Righto, hang on. Oh, no, volume. Right, so this thing's out of battery. God, that didn't last long at all. Hold on. Hold up. No, that's not going to work. Maybe that's going to work. That's not going to work either. Don't you love it? Technical difficulties. Hang on, let's switch cameras. Vertical. I didn't want to go. Let's go over the old... Oh, the multi-view. There you go. We've got the multi-view. What do they call it? The multi-universe? Is that it? The multiverse? I suppose it has been going for a while. Anyway, we'll plug it in and charge him up. Somebody's riding around on their motorbike going brrr, brrr, wrong one. No, not that one, this one. Right, get the right cord. The multiverse, there we go. Right, so that's on the charge again, even though it says, oh, I don't know, battery indicator said it was full. Hello, multiverse. Right. Now, let's get the other one. Let's get the other one right there. Seem we're on the ball. And we'll set that up. So we've got plenty of percentage on the battery. How can we get this sorted? Come on. No. One view. How do we, oh, don't worry, I was talking to myself again. Never fear while I'm talking to myself. Now, these other platforms, the reason why I use this platform, because it's free. And, right, over to the unsteady cam. There we go, hey, that's working better. Yeah, they do that. They do that around here, like 4 o'clock in the morning. Turn the bar around and cut on the left side of the vise. Yes, you're probably right, because I'm left-handed, aren't I, Peter? See, there you go. See, the chat's got it going off. The chat has it going off. Steering me in the right direction. Right, so that's going to work, but I've got that bar in the way. Well, the plastic's in the way, actually. let's roll that down there. And hold that in there. Hopefully we're not going to damage that too much. And we're going to go like this. All right, hold your ears if you got earbuds in or something like that. Right, oh, geez, I went a bit crooked there by the looks of it. I'm going to have to do something about that. There we go. And we're knocking things all over the place. Oh, jeez. Knock, knock, knocking on Peter's door. That'd be a surprise, wouldn't it, Pete? If somebody came and knocked on your door. Righto. How'd we go? 32, 33, and we want 31. I reckon we're on a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I think that's what I might have to do. I'm just going to have to suck it and see. Or only problem is the more I cut, the worse I could get. So I probably should. That's what I was going to do. Masking tape. Masking tape. That's too much. Cut a piece of stuff. Or I could do it with a bit of paper and just wrap it around, mark it. How wide is this stuff? Here we go. That's 35. I could use that to mark it with. Cut it. Well, it says 36. There you go. Righto. What have I got? So you need a bit for clean up, that's for sure. And anything that I could mark it with. Pete's got a doorbell with a camera. Fuck. Hang on. Oops, I swore there. There we go. The jig should keep you square. Yeah. Bill, this stuff cuts really well, especially with a sharp blade. So the only problem I'm getting, Pete, is when I get past, I'll show you, I'll bring you around the other side, as they say. Where's me cutting table? Oh. Anybody suffers from motion sickness? Or you just... And now I'm kicking things. Right. Righto. Here we go. How's that? Is that better? That's much better, eh? That's much better. Righto. So when I get past, it's, you know, it's sort of, it's off there, so to speak. And I can't mount that anywhere else. I can't really... The problem, it being so slippery, it moves easily. There's got to be a solution to it. Righto, Deviant. See you, mate. I'm going to go warm up beef and mushroom pie. Oh, that sounds good, mate. Enjoy. Righto. Okay. We'll be getting down to the nitty gritty. So, what am I going to do? So each time I've got to move it, I could always just cut through and then finish it off with and then machine that bit off. I could do that. Look, by the time I muck around what I'm going to do, I'll just do this. And hopefully I get it pretty straight, and then I might finish it off by this. It's another way of doing it. That's probably the quickest way to do it. I just do that, and then I'll set up in the lathe, and I'll just face one end off. That's what you do in semi-production situation. That'll work. Righto, so I need 10 in total. I've got 3. Got the one my prototype. So I need another 9. I've already got 2, so that's 7 more. This long live stream is also a test to see how much life I can get out of these wireless microphones. Now, according to Rode, who make them, I think 7 hours or something like that is something that I'm supposed to get out of them. So yeah, I don't know how long we've been going now. We've been going a while, that's for sure. It's 3:30. Yeah, Bill. Yeah, I've certainly done that. Cut vertical, front and back. Yeah, thanks for the advice there, guys, and the suggestions. Cut long and use lathe. Yeah. Well, that's what I've done before, and I've allowed myself, a millimetre cleanup, so 1/2 mil off each side. It's slightly a bit different. This stuff, like I said, I'm pretty impressed with this stuff so far, and we'll see how we go. We'll keep going. And no, I've got to move along. And one thing I will do soon is I'm going to go put the kettle on for a cup of tea, because it's getting towards afternoon tea. Bit of afternoon tea with cake. Actually, we'll go right up. We'll overhang a fair way. Doesn't seem to be marking it at all. Like I said, it don't. It's just doing well. Righto, let's keep going. So after I cut these, I'll go make a cup of tea. Yep, there he goes. I was a bit savage on that one. get this. Yeah, Pete. Bill, that's a good idea, mate. That's an excellent idea. I could look. I'm almost there. I'm up to 5 now. I just need another 4, so I'll just keep going. But appreciate the the suggestions. All right, let's line these up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I need 2 more. We're almost done. Chomping them out. Live chat. How do I pop out? No. Righto, we've got one to go. Then we're going to have a cup of tea. Right. Right. That one. And there we have it, ladies and Bruces. Oh no. No, still need one more. Cut myself short. No, I've got to move it. And I'll have plenty of this stuff left over for something else. Like I said, you can get it in white or black. They didn't have white at the time, so we just opted for black. And it's doing the job nicely. And this is the last one. Right, finally done. Have it. There we go. Have a look at there. Around there. I'll take the saw away, or the 2 saws. No one's saw, but your saw. Give that a bit of a blowdown with the compressed air. Surprised the compressor hasn't kicked in, but it will. Righty ho. Lots of black plastic floating around the place. Plenty left over for next time. Still over half a metre there, which is good. Dust's good. Yeah, I've got to find a place for it to live. I don't have a material rack. Yeah, let's just put it in the corner here, like so. Oh, it's covered in plastic. Plastic's covered in plastic, so it's not going to... Righto, I reckon it's cup of tea time. Let's show you quickly. This is what I've been doing on the mill. Machined out this. We've got to make a piece to go in there. And how deep is that? 10 mil. So I'll have to get a bit of 10 mil to put in there. 10.35 or something like that. Might have been. So then we'll weld that in there. And then we've got that to clean up. Plenty to do. Plenty to do, that's for sure. That's the thing on the charger. It looks like it says it's full. One thing I will do is I'll plug the phone in. Plug the phone in to be charged. Hang on. It reckons that's charged and that other thing went dead on there. There you go, there's the corner of the shed. That's what you want to see. Everybody wants to see the corner of the shed. What's in your shed? What's in the corner of your shed? That's nothing special. Let's have a drink of water. Right, we won't watch the corner of the shed for much longer. We'll go back over here. Ah, hello, Mr. Funkin' Hungry. How you doing? You're just in time for a cup of tea. Right, he's talking. No, let's go live. There we go. We're live. I've been streaming for actually, how long have I been streaming? Oh, three and a half hours so far. I'm on a marathon. Yeah, I hope you're having a good weekend too, G. So I'm going to put, let's go intermission and let's put
and welcome back to the shed. It's been a while since I put it off.
Don't want to see him. You want to see a different video. That was supposed to be 19 minutes. That didn't take long. 8. Let's put this one. Let's put this on. I don't know what this is, but we're gonna play it anyway. Well, good day everyone and welcome back to the shed. It's been a while since I've put out an actual recorded video, just been a bit busy with work and flat out and all that sort of stuff. This is the steam whistle I've been working on. We've just got the lapping of the valve to go. That's it. This will be a separate video, but the video I'm doing sorry guys, I had played that one before. So let me find a different video to play while I'm away making a cup of tea, and then I'll come back because no point having dead air and there's still people here watching. Righto, let's go over here. Let's find something to watch. Videos, where are the videos? Hopefully this is not going to take long to righto, this should go for about 8 minutes. Enjoy this one while I'm away making a cup of tea. This particular engine belongs to a friend of mine, and he's taking it home after a training day. Anyway, I'll go make a cup of tea and I'll be back. the new bronze bushes pushed into the planetary gears. And we're going to put this in the chuck. I've reversed the jaws. And we're going to have enough room to bore them out to size, which is 38 millimetres, or probably just a little bit higher than that. That's right. Yeah, last time I had these in here, they ran pretty good actually. They ran nice and true. Oh, excuse me. Right, into gear. You can see that's running pretty true. I've got the boring bar in, lined up. So I'll take a cut, see what that looks like. This is this particular one is a Toolmaster. As you can see, it's S160-STFCR11. Most of these, some of these will have a, you know, amount of millimetres printed on the side. Usually you don't want to exceed, in terms of length sticking out from your tool post, it's usually 2 to 3 times the diameter of your boring bar. Otherwise you start to get problems like we saw before, flexing, that sort of thing. So now this is 16 mil diameter, 16 by 3, you know, it's 32. I'm going to push it out a lot more than that. We've got to go about 90. We're just going to see how that goes. It may work, it may not. I might have to take a different approach. In fact, you'll be surprised how well that's going to go. I'll just take a light cut first up. We'll go inside and touch. Take a millimetre depth of cut and see what happens. Oh yeah, that's working fine. I'll up the feed. And there we go, that's cutting nicely. It's going to give us a good finish. It's a rough finish at the moment until I get it to size, which I'll do that now. And it's just going to be a number of cuts. Okay, 30.7. So we've got we'll round that off to 31. And then I'll reset and go out to our finished diameter of 38 or 38.1. I'll go, allow for a little bit of clearance. So I'll keep recording and I'll just speed it up and you'll see everything happening. Right, I've repositioned the camera. I'm just about to take the final cut. I've done a couple of little passes to make sure that we get our final size, and I've also slowed down the feed. Right, we're through all the way to the other end. We've got a bit of clearance there. And we've got a burr on the backside. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to bring the tool through a little bit. And that burr there that you can see, right, I've got the light in there, and that burr you can see at the back there
You can just see that the cutting tool is, and I'll just back it back so that I can just chamfer that edge a little bit and take the burr off. It's been a while since I've done this, so we'll see how it goes. Right, so since we've been away, I'll put a new tip in the turning tool because the other one was starting to get a bit blunt. I've taken a finishing cut, we've got a nice finish in there and a nice little test fit. It's really good, really nice fit. There'll be lubrication in there, of course, just to give you a comparison to the old one. This is what the old one looked like, the amount of clearance that it had. Now, all things need clearance, but yeah, that's just nice. I'm really happy with that. So I've got one more to do. That won't be done. It's just going to be exactly the same as what you've seen here. So I'll finish this off and say thank you very much. Let's go wide angle, reposition. Righto. Just like to say thank you very much for watching, for as long as you have. If you watched it all the way through, I really appreciate it. Give us a thumbs up and a like, all that sort of thing. You don't have to subscribe, but if you do, you keep up to date with what's going on. I usually try and post a video once a week and do a live show on a Thursday night, my time here in Australia. So if you'd like to come and join us, watch it live, have a chat, see what we're up to, that sort of thing, you're most welcome to come along. Thanks again, have a good one, and see you in the next one. Bye for now.
Hey, that was good timing. Hit the mute button, Mark. Unmute, Mark. Kookaburras in the buckets are a contender. Righto, Bill. Bandicoot. Oh, poor old Bandicoot. He gets a hard time. Steamy Man. Hello. Its safeties go at 140 PSI, I think. Righto. Fair enough. Hang on, let me get this thing down here. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Anyway, it's cup of tea time, so I got a piece of the old carrot cake with icing sugar caramel on top, which is not bad, and a cup of tea. Cup of tea in me train cup here. Cheers. Let's turn that around a bit. There you go, and get the better view. It's made for right-handed people, not left-handed people like myself. So as mentioned before, it is cup of tea time and cake. Now my chat on the right here hasn't been working since I sort of reinstalled this thing, and I don't know what's going on. I just forget about. So I want to try and get that working. And output. Hang on. Right. Widget, transform, share, publish, reload. What if I reload? Yeah. Right, so that's the chat highlight. Just the chat in the mainstream. I don't know why that won't work. Anyway, we'll have to sort that out. I don't know how to do that. I might have to go offline. But usually as soon as I connect, it connects. Transition, audio, advance. Yeah, updates, general. Don't think this has a chat thing here. Hey, quality entertainment, me sitting here and having afternoon tea. I don't know what you're talking about there, Clinton. Well, there's only 3 of you watching now. Everyone else is buggered off because they can't hang around. Because they got other things, they got better things to do than sit here and watch me. Anyway, it is what it is. Like I said, this is a test. See how long these microphones will go for, and also watching me do stuff in real time as well. It does taste a bit lemony, Pete. It does taste a bit lemony. You can buy it from Coles, mate. I don't know where you buy your stuff from. Maybe IGA or someone like that. It's quite nice. It's a bit on the thick side. It's got a bit of a lemony taste to it. But yeah. I'll let it go everywhere. The shed dogs will run away because they're not getting anything. It's a bit warm up in the shed here. Hey, Bill. Question for you, Bill. These wonderful things, Bill or Peter, whoever, thermometer and a what's it? Now, I don't think these things are working properly. According to the bloke, it was working, or it is working, but it's currently showing about 28 degrees, and the old thermometer seems to be stuck there. It doesn't seem to go up or down too much. And the old barometer there, it says continuous rain. So there is a hole in the back, obviously, for maybe for adjustment or something like that. But any suggestions on why it may not be working properly? I'll be open to suggestions. I thought I was on a good thing there, but maybe I might have to stick a new thermometer in it or do something with it, I don't know. Nothing wrong with baking it yourself, Pete. I have been known to bake stuff from time to time. No, Jamar, no rain for you. Where are you, mate? Jamar, you're in Sydney, aren't you? I keep picking this cup up the wrong way. A tappy tappy. Righto, I could do that. Okay, let's go tappy tappy. Knock on wood. Anyone home? Hey, baby girl, what are you doing sitting in the hot sun? You want a treat? Oh, and here comes the other one. It's the only reason you guys tune in. Gentle. Good dogs. It's 4 o'clock and you guys get fed at 5 o'clock, so it's not far away from dinner. It's not far away from dinner, is it? Not far away from dinner. Dinner won't be far away. You won't starve. And now you're going to run away, aren't you, Max? Max will run away. Oh, not the... Oh. What? Victoria? Oh, I thought you were in Sydney for some reason, Jamar. Thanks for tuning in, Jamar. I do appreciate the support. Hope you're having a good day, as with everyone, while I sit here and drink tea and eat cake. No, Peter, we don't. Why are you tuning in, mate? Oh, look, they're surrounding me. The dogs are surrounding me. But if I give you this, right, I'll have that bit, and you two can have that bit. There we go. God, I don't know. You dogs are going to get... You'll be like me, we'll have diabetes soon. I have to go on a diet. Righto, Jamar, I'll take that into consideration. You've been in here for a while. I mean, you can certainly help. Not that I, yeah. Yeah, well, this has been a bit of a marathon today. I've been going for like we're 4 hours now, roughly, that I've been streaming for. Been on and off, had lunch. Yeah, started stream about 12 o'clock, something like that. And the other people have come and gone, and which I do appreciate. I do appreciate them tuning in, saying hello. I'll have to... we'll see if old mate streams again. I'll Drive Live Australia. He looks pretty interesting. Caught him on that one yesterday. So we'll slip over to the multicam view, and there we go. We've got... hey, Maxie. So Maxie is just at the gate. No, at the fence, sorry, outside. And mumbling away to the other dog on the other side of the fence. So this is the multi-view. Hey, you think that was a good boy because you thought when Daddy calls me, I'm going to get a treat. That's a good boy. That's a yes. In fact, all right, one more and it's back to work. Okay. Right, one for you and one for you. There we go. No, you can't. I know. Soft and chewy texture, ideal for training and rewards for all dog breeds and sizes. There you go. Good stuff. Right, now it's back. We'll be jumping back on the lathe. And so we might go back to twin view. There we go. What do you want, twin view or... we'll do twin view for starters. And I'll put my cup there. And in fact, I'll put my parts... Let's change things around again. Hey, Max. No, come here. I was watching a video just recently, earlier today, and on the computer upstairs I can find it, but there's a guy, he must be in Europe somewhere, and he converted a lathe. He's got a lathe smaller than this, but he put a stepper motor on the back and converted it over to CNC, and I was really impressed with how he did it and how cheaply too he did it. So that's something that may be considered in the future. Now we got to turn this around. There we go. We got that looking good. And I'm going to finish my cup of tea off because there's not much. Oh, that's good. That hit the spot. And we're going to set up on the lathe and we'll face these ends off. And we might even do, I'll do a couple on the twin view, then I'll put the unsteady cam on and we'll have a close-up shot. Right, so our tool of choice is this one here for facing. Our speed is 460 RPM. Next step up is 750. I could go that fast, but it's a lot more noise and carry on. Right, that wasn't a smart move. Right, that's a rookie mistake. Sheesh. Good one, Mark. Let's see what we can do there. And no, come on. Hey. Right. Righto, Max. Come here. Right, I've just got to go get this dog. Come here. Right. Come here. Come on. With me. Come on. With me. Right. Come here. Ah. Come here. Sit. Max. Look at me. Sit. Yes. Calm down. Good dog. Okay. Yeah, they get a bit excited. So what I'm doing is I'm waving my arms up in the air, so I'm making myself look bigger, but also getting his attention. Max, come here. Max. Max, come. And totally ignoring me. Right on cue. Hey, that's good, isn't it? Hey, just ignore me. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come on. So Nia comes over. She wants attention. You like attention, don't you, hey? All right, let's try and do this again without stuffing up. Righto. Hang on. Oh no. Yeah, they are very spoiled. Righto, here we go. So I'm going to face off one side. And then I can flip it around and do the other side. So I'm just doing this by hand at the moment. Until I get it cleaned up. And I'll make sure that we're not too far undersized, and make sure I got left myself plenty to machine. It's 31 there. Maybe I have screwed this up. It's 31. Oh, maybe I have. Hang on, what's that? Oh, got a little bit to clean up. This one we may have. Yeah, we're bang on 31 here. Well, that's not going to matter because even if I go down to 31, that 1 millimetre is not going to make any difference. So this one I did stuff up on. Didn't leave myself enough. 2 marks. Well, yeah. We got 2 marks at Petrie, Quentin. Whoops. Righto. I've engaged the cross feed. Really need to take a bit more off there. Pretty sure not pretty sure, I know I could up the feed rate. Do that on the next one. I might just see how they turn out. I might just take a lick off the OD just to bring everything back into concentricity. Because this one is wobbling about like you wouldn't believe. Right, I'm going to leave this one the way it is. I'll sort that out. Yeah, I'll sort that out later. Rinse and repeat here. I'll just take enough off one side to clean up. And I've got my marks. There we go, that's cleaned up nicely. Oh, not quite. Ah, damn it. I probably should have given myself another millimetre to take off when cutting them. I think I cut it a bit fine. Right, so rinse and repeat, face one side, take it out, put it back. Let's just check that. Yeah, not quite cleaning up. We're down to 31. I've got that half a mil to clean up on the other side on that one. We've still got, anyway, it is what it is. And we'll take the rubbish away while we go. And put them face down so I can just easily pick them up. I'll have a look, see which side is the better side to grip onto, so it's not going to be running out too much. No, the doggies are not playing up. They've been resting all day. G'day, Zakow. Thanks for being here. And we're going to need a bit more tape off there. Oh, the dogs have been really good, actually. You know, it hasn't been a busy or hectic day for them today, and we probably should take them out for a walk, but this job's been getting on, so we're gonna get this job done. There we go, we're done. It's cleaned up nicely. If you just joined, I was saying you just joined us, on those of you who don't know, these are replacement wheels for one of my wife's craft trolleys. Some of these are working out a lot better. The cross slide feed's fairly rapid. And it's done pretty quick. It's cleaned up nicely. And we might rig up the unsteady cam. Yep, we will. We will. We'll slip over now to the unsteady cam. I'll set him up in the corner here. And I might change cameras actually. From the back ultra wide just to the back camera, see how that goes, see how that looks. Because we want a fairly close shot. How does that look? That looks pretty good. Bit of a different view. Righto. Some of these I'm taking in 2 cuts, others I'm just taking in 1. I probably could just take it in 1 cut. Yeah, there's plenty of people like you out there, Clinton. Work fascinates me. I could stand there and watch it all day. This is not work. The machine's doing all the work. You just got to use your mind a bit to how you approach a job. I probably should put them like that, eh? That way I know what I'm doing. a lot of this is just standing and letting machine do the work. And depending on what you're doing and how big the job is, if you had 2 lathes set up, you could have one going doing a long cut, another one doing small stuff. So I'm just feeding this manually, just to chomp through it. This was some of these, I cut them a little bit, fraction bigger, just because of the setup, which we did earlier live. And because of that, the OD is running slightly out, so I might have to set up and take a skim off the OD. I said I wasn't going to do that. I didn't think I needed to do that, but anyway. So what I'm doing is just taking any of the rough bits off. And the OD's running out because I didn't quite cut them square. Anyway, get that on the big jobs. And usually I put a little radius so that it just takes the burr off. It's a little bit sharp. But the lathe, the jaws here do have a small cutout for the for corners, so it's really only gripping on a very small amount, and sometimes these things can slip, especially if you bite into them too quick. Best to keep your hands away. I was going to take that out, but righto. So I'm going to have I got one spare, have I? I've done one too many. Righto. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, no, 5, 9. That's right. Don't worry about me. Righto, let's have a close-up shot here. So this is the little recess I was talking about on the lathe in the jaws. I'll put a piece in and I'll give you another close-up shot. And in fact, let's see how this runs. And now with that gripped in place like that, you can see, let's go out a bit. It's having trouble focusing. You can see how it's sitting in there. Sorry for the unsteady. It's That's why we call it on Steadicam. Let's see how this cleans up. This is the one I made slightly undersized. And now with that clean face here, it's going up against the jaws, which are parallel. So both these sides now are parallel. It's a pretty good finish. A little bit rough on the exterior. And that's 30 millimeters, 30.2, 30.1. I could clean that up a little bit. So that's still going to be, that's 1 mil undersize. Tell you what, I'm going to call it, yeah, I'm going to put that one down to experience. Let's put that down to experience. Let's just cut another piece. We'll do that. We'll do that manually. Sometimes you have a win, sometimes you don't. I'm just going to do this one by hand. I'll go grab the saw. We'll mark him up. We'll move this over here. Actually, no. Let's turn him around. Let's move these over. And we'll do it here like so. Now that flickering you can see is just because of the lighting. Let's see if I can get it to stop. No, as soon as I what if I turn that light out? It doesn't make it any better. No, it's still going to do it. Not as bad. You can see the difference though. Oh yeah, that's slowed it right down. Right, so I'm going to cut this one piece. Let's get that level. And we're going to mark this up so we've got a bit to go. But we're also going to oh, that was well brought up. Let's get my verniers here. 33, let's go 34. I'm going to mark this up. This is what I should have done earlier. Oh, I could have used a square to do this. And this will give me a good guide to cutting. I'll get the saw. I'll just go for a walk over here. I'll use the same saw as I was using before. This will take a bit longer. And we're cutting on the line, so that's a bit extra as well. We'll just get it going. Cutting this stuff is very similar to cutting timber.
Just take nice long strokes, even. A little bit crooked. This is moving around a bit, so I've got to tighten it up. Not quite halfway yet. We're starting to cut a bit crooked. Yeah, she's going to be crooked, but I've given myself plenty to clean up. Getting towards the end, so we slow down. There we have it. And they're both. Right, let's turn some lights back on and see what happens. Swing back around. Ooh, hello. Just set the old camera back up here. Where are we? There we are. And then we'll put this in. I'll put this in and face one side and face the other as we do. Yeah, all the lights are back on. Don't seem to be. Oh, okay, Jamar. Not to disappoint you, Jamar, but I don't follow football. But I'm glad if they're a team you follow, I'm glad they're winning. So as I said before, we've got plenty of material on here to clean up. And I'll take one more cut, so that's by hand. You can tell you can really rip into this stuff. What do you already know, Bill? What's your mate Gina up to? Now, if you want to upset Bill, ask him about his mate Gina. That'll get him going. So, Stylesy, do you follow them? Who do you follow? Who's your team? Righto. Oh, excuse me. I will put a chamfer on that now. Careful, Mark. Doesn't seem to be cutting as well. Try this stuff.
I've got to come up with a better way. That's just not working. That's a bit unsafe. Yeah, fair enough, mate. Actually, what I should do, I should measure this. So I've got it down to size. Right, there's plenty to take off there. Time is an illusion, isn't it, Stylesy? Righto, so we're down to 32 and a half. I want to make these 31, so another 1.5 to go. So what I'm going to do now, because we're getting down to finished size, I'm going to set the carriage up. Show you here. So I'm going to set the carriage up. This is the carriage right here. I'm going to put this handle at 9 o'clock, so the weight's hanging down. And then I'm going to back off this one I'm moving now is the compound slide. So I'm going to back that off, and I know I've got 1.5 millimetres to take off. 1 millimetre, something like that, 30, whatever I got. And then I can get my all right, 32 and a half. I want 1.5 to come off. So I'll move my compound slide down 1.5 millimetres, and that way it's set, and I've got set stops to go to, and that way it's just a repeatable thing. Bill says time is a byproduct of geometry. Right. Let's get rid of some swarf here. Some plastic waste. Right. Now, I've probably still got 0.5 mil to go off this. 0.2 of a mil. Oh no, 0.2 of a millimetre. set my 0 mark, take the final cut. Double check my measurement again. Yes, there's a lot of double checking. Right, that's 31. Right, we're bang on size now. I'm dropping things. Just call me Butterfingers. Righto, so now the rest that I've got sitting here, I can just bang in. Like so. I now don't have to do anything. Everything's set. And I just take a cut and they're going to be all the same size. And that's it, that's all I have to do. Cleans up nicely, nice finish. And we'll double check that. 31. You might have a slight variation, might be 0.1 of a millimetre difference, but 0.1 is quite acceptable tolerance in this sort of situation. And in that case, some will have a little bit more to come off, others will be not as much, like that one's not that much. And in terms of, let's see how accurate we are with repeatability. Yeah, 31. We are on the money, as they say. Rinse and repeat. Now this one, on the other hand, hasn't quite cleaned up. Only part of it has. That's really not going to matter. Yeah, I think we can live with that. And that once it goes in, where it's going to go in, nobody's going to see it. However, if that was, I wouldn't send it, if I was sending this out to a client, I wouldn't send it out to him. Him or her. Hello. Yeah. Yep, looking good, all right. And they're a little bit, if you look at them. So everyone, Mrs. Shed Talk is in the house.
Hello.
You can hear her, but you can't see her. So they're made them a little bit wider. They still fit in, and we'll I'll get them all finished off. We'll fit them up, and we'll give it a try.
Yep.
Okay.
Looks good though.
Machines well.
Oh, it looks like good quality stuff.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is good quality stuff.
So if you need more, is that where you're going to go to?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Because it's I better go into low power mode. It's good quality, it's easy, and it's cost effective. Yeah, it's really cost just time, you know. The chat is saying hello.
Oh, hello.
Righto. And getting close to the doggies' food time. Hey. Oh, thank you. Yeah, whatever, it's 30 minutes per 500 grams. Whatever it said on the bag, I think 30 minutes per 500 grams or something like that, so an hour.
So I've done table and pumpkin.
Yep.
Go in the dish.
Yep. Well, it could all go in at the same time. I might have to, one thing I will do, might have to do, because of the way I cut these, some of them I didn't quite cut enough and I haven't left myself enough to clean up. But that doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter if the wheels are a little bit.
Yeah, but it's the outside diameter. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I might have to just take a very light cut off that, because these are slightly bigger, not by much, than the originals. How are you, Mrs. Shed Talk? Jamara is asking.
Okay. Just been talking to my daughter.
I thought you were talking to someone. Palmy and chips time, Pete. Yeah. Well, we're having roast chicken and roast veggies for dinner. That bandsaw you sent me, so I looked at it and I thought, oh yeah, that looks good, and I looked at it later and it was pending. Last one to face off, and then it's drill and bore and... Yeah, Stylesy, we brought it at the supermarket. It's one of those ones from Woolworths. It's got, it's already deboned, it's marinated.
Butterfly.
It's a butterfly, that's it, it's a butterfly chicken. Right, last one. G'day, Mrs. Somebody's wife. Righto, Bill. I reckon
Somebody called me Mrs. Craft the other night,
Mrs. Craft, yeah. You've had Mrs. Goff, Mrs. Shed Talk.
and she calls me Lee.
Yeah. Well, he did pop in earlier. Right, so now I'm going to change the setup. Righto. I'm going to go to Twin View. Righto. And you will see Mrs. Shed Talk there, giving a wave. Shed dog there.
Now, what were you saying about these?
See how,
That?
yeah.
You won't see that.
Yes, I know.
If you just clean up around the
Yeah,
edges.
I will.
And don't take anything off there because we've got the tiles.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they'll smooth off with the tiles. So I
Well-
wouldn't take anything off there.
Yeah, but all right, leave it with me.
You're just doing the edges.
Yeah.
Like that one.
Yeah.
That side looks like. Oh, that was that the edge of your.
No, well, it's just they've both been machined both sides.
Yeah, but this side looks like.
Yeah. I did put a slight radius on there, but I'm a bit close to the what's the name? So I'll probably put the other jaws back in and set up, and so now we'll righto. That's getting down to 8%, so I'm going to have to put that on charge. I'll have to put that on charge.
You can't just do the edging on the linisher
Oh, I could do.
if it's too much to do on the lathe.
No, it's not too much to do on the lathe.
They said it was too close, so
Yeah. Just the way it's set up now.
okay.
But I suppose I could drill a hole and push the bearing in, and then we could just spin it on the linisher and do it that way. That'd be probably quicker.
Oh, there you go.
All right. Okay. Well, we got to. These have got to be cleaned up.
With what?
Well, on the wire buff.
Brush?
On the wire buff, and then with a rag, or with a rag first. See how the grease has come out. It's a bit sticky. I'll get some wax and grease remover. Hang on, let me get some wax and grease remover. It'll make it easier. While I go for a wander over here. Here we go. There you go. Try some of that.
Yep. I might put it in your lid.
Yep, that'll make it easier. Righto. While I set up for the next. Oh, heaps. Righto, let's get my cutting board out the way. I'll have to have a clean up after this, but that'll be later. Don't need that. Righto, drill burr, and actually, let's try this directly. Let's see how much it wanders off by, because we're boring it out anyway. Cut out one process. Right, we don't need the feed on. So it's a lot quieter. Oh yeah, look at that. And let's rattle through the. Yeah, let's do this. Let's rinse and repeat. Put that in there like so, and that way we're not doing multiple changes. all we're doing is starting and stopping the machine. And we've got enough clearance there and stacking them up on the headstock. We might stack them up there. Make it easier to reach. There we go, straight through. And then we'll put the bigger drill in and do the same. It's rather wobbly. Oh, of course I put that in wrong, that's why it's wobbly. We'll have to fix that up. Put that one there. Hey?
Oh, some of these have got hairs wrapped around them.
Yep.
I sort of wondered who hairs that is.
Oh, I don't know, it might be a puppy dog.
Looks like it.
Now, I'm going to stop for a minute. We're going to go to intermission. And we'll put something else on there. Take that off. We'll find you something else to watch. There we go. We'll do that one.
Is this the best lathe parting tool for the home shop in 2025? Let's
bring that
find
up
out.
there.
Hi, I'm Mark and welcome back to the shed. The other day I was on the lathe trying to do some parting with this particular parting tool here. Now I've had success with this in the past, but when the stuff I was trying to do was steel and I really had some problems. This is the tool that I had in a set and I put it in the lathe and I was really surprised at the results I got. I cut through this piece of steel like butter and absolutely brilliant. We'll show you how that works next. Right, we've got our cold rolled piece of mild steel in the lathe chuck. It's 1020 bar, 27 mil diameter. And I'll just give you an example of how this thing just chews through this stuff like you wouldn't believe. I'm going to be running some coolant. I'll be running at 460 RPM and I'll be feeding it in manually. As you can see, the chips are coming off beautifully, there's no vibration, and we're just walking through this like there's no tomorrow. Getting in towards the middle now. About to cut off. Done. Just like that. Now, more than likely, if you search for this tool on the internet, I'll leave a description below. It will probably say it's a grooving tool, and it probably is. Parting, grooving, very similar operations, or almost exactly the same, one would argue. However, how deep can we go with this? Okay, so it's at its maximum, it's just over 20 mil. So you could have a 40 millimeter piece of steel in here, or 40 millimeter piece of whatever, bronze or something like that, and it would chew through it like there's no tomorrow. I've got a piece of bronze here that I was using on the steamroller, and if I had this in the lathe, I could easily part this off without any problems. It's only about 10 millimeters thick in terms of wall thickness. Fine. While we're set up in the lathe, we'll make some spaces for the milling vise that I did in a that I rectified a problem with in the previous video. So we'll have a look at that. This is 17 millimeters long. So we'll just pop it back in the lathe here. I'll change tooling. And we'll just take a light clean-up cut across the face. Just use the tool to do that. There we go. And then we'll center drill and drill. The tool was a little bit below center. I've since corrected that, so any future parts that I do will not leave a little tit, so to speak. So we'll drill a hole, a couple of holes. Bit of a different camera angle now. We're looking overhead. Got our magic bit of board set up on the lathe here that the camera is standing on. And we'll run our center drill and then we'll put our 2 drills through. Our next step is the 4mm drill. And then we'll swap over to our 12.5mm drill for the clearance of the 12mm stud. Righto, we've now stepped up to our 12.5mm clearance drill. We'll run that through, take the burrs off, and that'll be done. I will have to make a second one of these, but of course I'll do that off camera. It's only going to be the repeat of the same thing. There we have it. We'll get our drill out the way so I can take the burrs off. Probably a little bit too much coolant, but anyway, you get that on the big jobs. Set the camera up back down on the bench, going for a nice just wide angle shot. Nice big chamfer radius with our chamfering tool, radius tool here. We'll turn that around and finish it off. Just like that, our job is done. Just get the swarf out of there. I'll just give that a bit of a buff over here on the old linisher. Slight little burr on this material here where I grabbed it with the vice grip, so we'll just run that off. Perfect, all nicely done. We'll have a look where this is going to go on the milling vise. Well, here we are on the milling vise, and you can see that's just going to sit like so. If I need to take any height off it, I will, but at this stage, that'll be the perfect height. Thanks everyone for watching. That's it for this video. Don't forget, that's the tool we've been using. Fantastic little tool. If you haven't got one, grab one. They're cheap enough. And Thursday nights, live stream from the shed here. See what's been going on. See you in the next one. Bye for now. Is this the best lathe parting tool for the home shop in 2025? Let's find out. Hi, I'm Mark and welcome back to the shed. The other day I was on the lathe trying to do some parting with this particular parting tool here. Now I've had success with this in the past, but when the stuff I was trying to do was steel and I really had some problems. This is the tool that I had in a set, and I put it in the lathe and I was really surprised at the results I got. I cut through this piece of steel like butter, and absolutely brilliant. We'll show you how that works next. Right, we've got our cold rolled piece of mild steel in the lathe chuck. It's 10-20 bar, 27 mil diameter, and I'll just give you an example of how this thing just chews through this stuff like you wouldn't believe. I'm going to be running some coolant. I'll be running at 460 RPM and I'll be feeding it in manually. As you can see, the chips are coming off beautifully, there's no vibration, and we're just walking through this like there's no tomorrow. Getting in towards the middle now, about to cut off. Done, just like that. Now, more than likely, if you search for this tool on the internet, I'll leave a description below. It will probably say it's a grooving tool, and it probably is. Parting, grooving, very similar operations, or almost exactly the same, one would argue. However, how deep can we go with this? Okay, so it's at its maximum, it's just over 20 mil. So you could have a 40 millimeter piece of steel in here, or 40 millimeter piece of whatever, bronze or something like that, and it would chew through it like there's no tomorrow. I've got a piece of bronze here that I was using on the steamroller, and if I had this in the lathe, I could easily part this off without any problems. It's only about 10 millimeters thick in terms of wall thickness. Fine. While we're set up in the lathe, we'll make some spaces for the milling vise that I did in a that I rectified a problem with in the previous video. So we'll have a look at that. This is 17 millimeters long. So we'll just pop it back in the lathe here. I'll change tooling. And we'll just take a light clean up cut across the face.
Hey, we're back. Hello, we're back again. I'm back. I just had to take a little break and we'll get back into it. Mrs. Shed Talk has finished cleaning up the bearings. She'll come and help me and do things like that, and had a bit of a chat about things that have been going on. And she didn't realise I was still streaming. But anyway, we'll, what are we going to go to? We'll go back to TwinView. There we go. We'll go back to TwinView. I'll jump on. I'll keep going with these. We'll, it's almost 5 o'clock. It's feed time for the animals at the zoo. This has probably taken a little bit longer than what I thought. But we're getting the job done. We've got a few more of these to go in terms of this size drill, then we'll put the big one through.
So at some point I'm probably going to call it quits. Been streaming for like 5 hours or something like that, which I don't mind. I quite like it actually. It's been good. And a lot of lathe work is like this. If you're still watching, and in fact there's one more process I might have to do on these, a couple of more processes. I think what I might do is take it, cut off the face, and then put a bit of a taper on both sides. That'll make it track a lot easier. Oops, and now I'm knocking things over. But I might do that once I cut them out and bore them, and bore out the big hole. Righto, so that's it for the small drill. And we'll do the big one the same. Let's get in a bit closer here. Tiny bit closer. Now, whatever you guys are saying in the chat, I can't say. I haven't got anything to refer to the chat at the moment. So I'll just, it is what it is. Straight through with the big drill. Go. Break on through to the other side. Now, I'm probably not going to finish these tonight because dinner's getting close. It's probably another hour away, but time to have a shower and maybe just sit down and relax and finish these off tomorrow night or something like that. Oh, that's what I was going to do, wasn't I? Right. Out I come. And with this swarf, I'm just going to put it straight in the bin, and I'll just chuck another one in. There is a little bit of a burr on there, but that's not going to matter because we're going to run the boring bar through there and then, you know, put a nice radius on. And in fact, I will get that, I'll get the chat back up. You know, it's just doing a refresh.
Well, we're having roast chicken. Clinton? There's 10 of you watching now, my God. Anyway, I'll let that refresh a bit. There we go. It says there's 10 of you watching, but anyway, let's keep going. That little noise you heard is the drill biting in. Plastic is very similar to machining brass. Even though you want a sharp tool, it will bite in if you're not careful. So having everything secure. I think that's what I'll do. I'll just do the big hole that I'm doing now, and then I might call it quits and go upstairs and have a break. And I won't be streaming anymore because I've been going now for almost 5.5 hours. And that's the longest stream I've done. Mind you, those of you familiar with Funk and Hungry and Cody, they've done some long streams, but I've only been there for a shorter period of time. And if you are lurking in the background, oh, jeez, that's hot. Even though it's plastic and it's soft material, it does make the tool rather hot. If you are in the background there, just say hello. Oh, sounds good, Peter. Oh, went a bit too far there, Mark. Get rid of that. Well, I do very much appreciate you guys tuning in and watching me today for as long as you have. Some of you have come and go. Some of you have stayed for quite a long time. Very much appreciate it. And I'll probably do more of these again. Because it's been rather enjoyable doing this, and that's getting really hot. So I need to cool that drill down, and I'll probably need to give it a sharpen, because it's not really drilling. It's probably, well, it is drilling, but it's sort of burning its way through. So let's take that out, just give it a quick sharpen. Yeah, she's pretty damn hot. And I'll go over onto the linisher and give it a quick sharpen. And I know that, yeah, I've got my little drill gauge here. I'm a bit off on the angle too. 10. Yeah, one side's a bit longer than the other.
milling by hand's not the most ideal thing. I mean, sharpening by hand. I mean, it'll get you out of trouble. That should do it just for these last few. I've got 3 to go. Oh, that's better. Still only cutting on one side though. Much better. Much better indeed. And 2 to go. 2 to go, we take your dough. We'll call it quits at 2. Like I said, this stuff you can chomp through pretty quick. Like any process you do, there's wastage everywhere. Right, let's get that out of the way. And that last one we'll leave in there. There's no point taking it out. We'll get rid of this stuff here, and we'll go over to the unsteady cam just before we finish off. That should still be going. I don't think it's run out of... yeah, she's still going. Cody. Righto, mate, no worries. Hey, thanks everyone for being here. I really do appreciate it. Righto. So we're down to the nitty gritty. So now we got to bore the hole on these to make it bigger so the bearing can be fitted in, or we can press the bearing in like we did with this one. This one goes really well. However, what I might do, if we have a look at one of the old wheels, you'll notice that they've got a slight taper on the outer edges, and most wheels only roll on this part, which puts more pressure on that single point, but it reduces the amount of rolling resistance, where this has a greater rolling resistance. So I might have to make up a spindle to mount these on, take a skim, and then do a taper, and just make it a bit more user-friendly. A bit more work involved, but I'll be much happier with that. Mr. Shed Talk doesn't seem to think it's going to be a problem. I think it will be. So, all right, let's go to the main screen and say sayonara. See you later. Bye-bye. Auf Wiedersehen, all that sort of stuff in a second here. Take me cups and me cans and things like that. Actually, I might have a
Whatever, the old sippity water. Hey, come here, come on. Oh, nice cold water that, out of the thing. Ah, Steamy man. You're all right, mate. Let's go over to the live here. Hello, welcome back. Subtractive machining always has waste, yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're not doing additive machining here at all, although additive machining has its wastage too. All right, well that's it. We have been streaming now for 5.5 hours or something close to that. Let's have a look over here. Well, 5.25 hours. The streaming software goes live, connects to YouTube and all that sort of stuff. So anyway, I appreciate you all being here, chipping in, being here, going away. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all of you guys. Cody, I don't know if you're doing a live tonight, and the dogs are barking at something. So anyway, I'll round it up at that. We'll go out with the usual outstream, and we'll see you Thursday night, if not before. Catch us in the next one. Bye for now. Thank you. Bye.
Whistle.